that's like what really makes it
So
awesome.
who was your? Because you're OG, right? Like, who was?
Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing today? I hope you're all doing great. I'm doing awesome myself. I went to my doctor's appointment today. Now I'm waiting for, a call back or anything like that. Um, yeah, that's pretty much it. It went well. I've wanted to play Minecraft a lot these past few weeks. I've been doing some mining for one of my Oshis on their own server, but I really started liking playing Minecraft. So instead, I went ahead and kept building what I wanted to build when I first started. It's the first teeny tiny part is done. I've got a lot more to build, and that's what we're gonna do today. So we're gonna be enjoying a lot of Minecraft music and probably some mindless chatter. I'm not very good at chatting, you all know this. Speaking isn't something that I'm strong at unless it's for working like a job. Yippee. It's lovely. But yes, we are going to be playing Minecraft, and we are going to have some fun playing Minecraft, building stuff. So, grab a snack, grab some water, and we'll be ready to start right away. One, wait, 1.21.4 is that? Yeah, okay, it's the most recent. So yeah, feel free to chat. I will be chatting back. No problem. But yes, so we're gonna be starting. Also, I really want to know, like, I have my own, how's it called again? I have my character, right? Problem is, my mobile account has a different character from this one. And what I would like is to have the same character, because the one I have for this one, it kind of sucks, and I remade it, but it still sucks. Oh, hi, Yaka. How are you? You been good? Ah, shit, I lucked out here. I'm still lost. God fucking damn it. Time to find our way out. I'm lost. How about me? I've been alright. Got my doctor's appointment. Don't have any news yet, but no news, good news, right? I gotta find a way out. I don't remember where I came from here. Oops. It's not from here, that's for sure. God fucking damn it. Not here. Ooh, where did I come from? Went down here, that's for sure. This after someone else, dude. I'm lost. I'm looking for a way out. Not here. Where did I come from? Where the hell did I come from? Not there, right? Huh? Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, I forgot. This is very dark for y'all. Where is the exit ST? I cannot find it. Might have been through here. I'm trying to find a way out. Hold on. Way out. Maybe. No. No. Oh, how hard can this be? This is getting real dark even for me. Oh my god, is this it? No, it is not, in fact, it. The fuck, man. Ugh. I gotta find a way out. I lost my way, huh? This is awkward. Guys, I suck at this. Fuck you. I escaped the abyss part 1 pretty much, yeah. Holy shit. Okay. No, that's a scooter. Hold on. Did I find a way out? Wait a minute. Oh my god, I think I found a way out. I had too much hope for nothing. God fucking damn it. Not the way out. Okay. I guess. Fuck. Trapping me in this bitch. Is it here? No. Here? Oh, maybe. Wait. No. What the fuck, man? Bruh. I managed to find the worst place to be. Okay, I guess. Okay, all I have to remember is that there's a tunnel with bats. Wait. No, that is not what I'm looking for. Okay. That's lovely. I'm just completely lost. Fuck, man. Oh my god. Is this? Not an exit. That's not an exit. Sorry. Ooh. My nose. Fuck. Not the exit. The light betrayed me. Please. Get me out of here. I wanna go build my shit. Why do I always end up lost in Minecraft? What the fuck is this? Really? Bro, move. This is any exit. This is a trap. I'm trapped. Wait, move. Ah, fuck's sakes. Bless me. Yo, I wish I could be blessed. Oh, I could find a way out through here. No, dude, go down. Never mind. It just happens to have water, like one of the parts of the mines. What the fuck is these? Shut it, zombie. The zombie grunting cause he's bored for real. Man. Blank. No fall damage. Love that. Nay. No. Where's the exit? Yo, where did I come from? Yo. No. Once more. 'Twas a failure. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Fuck this sign, fuck this fish, fuck the gunpowder. Screw these guys, I'll take them back later. Survival. I have no idea which direction my house is. This isn't any use for me. Bro, what, where? Genuinely, I'm sad. I don't know where I'm supposed to go here. Oh no. Oh, bro. Why am I in the underground anyway? Because I was making a video to show some of my online friends that also watch the same Oshi, and I wanted to show them my thing. And my thing leads right down into here. Problem is, I don't know which hole I went in to be able to go this deep into mine. So here we are. I am stuck. I am stuck. I fucked up and I am stuck. If only I hadn't. I think it's close to here. It's close to here. It should be close to here. I remember this. I still don't know where it is. Guess you got into the wrong hole. Awkward music. You know, I was gonna make that joke and then I didn't. But thank you for making it instead of me. Well, I made it out one way or another. Holy shit. Fuck me, dude. That was definitely the wrong exit, but you know, here we are. I'm out. This is not the wrong exit. I'm just stupid. Alright. Here we are. We escaped the abyss. Look at the lava. I put that here. Quest complete, yo, for real. Holy shit. Yay! Thanks, Yeka. We made it out alive. Well, that's, you know, not hard since we're in creative, but you know. Put this lava here. Because I felt like it. Because then it goes up. And then it reaches the river I made. I made this river. There's a shit ton of fish. We've got froggies somewhere. Where are my froggies at? I saw a froggy here. Fish. Frogs. My frogs are escaping. My frogs are all escaping. Look at them. They're beautiful. Teehee. I have a shit ton of frogs. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Oh my god. Dude, we're at the top of the thing too at first. Like all the eggs and shit were at the top. They all just went down after hatching. So now here we are, invaded by frogs. You're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bro, you're all chilling together here. Hi, sup? I'm your dad. Sup, babies? Aww. Haha, that's funny. Move. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. They kind of look like crabs. It's weird. They're pretty. I like them. They're my froggies. More froggies. My fish that's consistently dying because they're too dumb to keep going. Like, brothers, come on. There you go. Should be good, right? Idiot. Please stop dying. Fuck's sakes. This right here is the waterfall I created. It's all pretty. If you go up here, you can see this. Going up higher. Ouch. And we got this. This is what I have made. My fish are consistently dying is crazy. Listen, I can't lie. They're always dying. They have zero survival instincts. All right, time to add more frogs. We need the frogs. Give me my eggies. My frog eggies. There it is. Oi. Gimme. Hey, hey. Hatch, my babies. Hatch. We have to invade the world together. I'm making a frog army for rebellion. For real, for real. I am. Yes. Hatch, my babies. It is your duty to hatch and serve me. Or, you know, just walk around and live, I guess. But this right here, it's pretty. Froggy eggs, froggy eggs. Eggses. Okay. Teehee, it looks like this. It's pretty. I like it. It's hot as fuck. Beautiful. Okay, now we have to go higher. See, the only time I want fucking music and there's no music. The hell, man. So we're gonna be building on all these little things right here. And even this one. First, we have to deforest everything. Kill the trees. Seriously, it's very awkward without any music. The hell's this, man? The fuck is this game? Dude, I want the music. Give me the music. Please. We'll go for now. Gotta run some errands. You'll be back when the army has grown. Oh, yeah, okay. have fun doing the groceries. I'll be sure to show you the army whenever you come back, because it will definitely have hatched. Yo, they hatch in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna keep making more frogs in between. You'll get the biggest frog army when you come back. Now I'm just looking for some music because I want some music. Music. Because this shit is boring without any music. Ooh, I could put videos on the side to watch. Big brain, big brain. Big brain. Gonna make this smaller. I need something to listen to at the same time because if there's no Minecraft music, there's no like thing that distracts my brain. La 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 la. Boom, 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 boom. I always thought I might be bad. Now I'm sure that it's true. 'Cause I think you're so good. And I'm nothing like you. Look at you go. I just adore you. I wish that I knew what makes you think I'm so special. If I could begin to do something that was right by you, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love. When I see the way you are, wondering when I'm coming back, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love like you. Love like you. Love like you. I could. Oh my god. I want to watch that later because I don't want to get canceled. The AI presidents play Dark Souls. The movie is like 7.5 hours. I'll watch this when I go to sleep or something. Save. Watch later. La 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 la. If I could begin to do something that was right by you, I would do about anything. I could even learn how to love like you. Oh. Sorry. Ooh, yawn. Yawning. You know what? It's gonna be what's her name? I forgot. I always forget their names. La, 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 la. I'll find her. Oh my god, I found her channel. Da, da, da. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Rotten mango. There we go. La 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 la. Okay. One, two, three, four. Bruh. Technically 5 videos of this. Okay, okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Hold on. Gonna add this. Photo. Photo. Hold on. Need this bigger. Photo. Photo. Wait, I already added this. Hold on. Please stop. I don't want this. I want it twice. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'll have found something to watch real soon. Okay, so I got this. Now I need this. Is that correct? It is in fact correct. Correct. With ads, of course.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Weird things happen in Times Square, New York, especially on Saturday nights. But even by those standards, this is about to get very strange. A man walks into this popular building and he beelines it to.
Hold on. Okay, I got this. I'll be putting this up. Dude, I clicked on the chat, bro. Come on. Go chat here. Then la 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 la. Properties, not chat. Oh my god. Yeah, that works. Let me just transform, edit transform, left. I don't really have to do anything here on the left. It's more like the top and bottom. That works. Side on the right. That works. Bottom. Yeah, good enough. Alright, got a video to go.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Weird things happen in Times Square, New York,
There we
especially
go.
on Saturday nights. But even by those standards, this is about to get very strange. A man walks into this popular building and he beelines it to the 9th floor. So it appears that he knows exactly where he's headed, exactly what he has to do. Security cameras show this man in a hoodie at 8:45 p.m. walking straight up to this other man in a tuxedo. I mean, I'm sure if you were to somehow get your hands on this
Let's
footage,
get going.
you could see that the figure in the tuxedo looks very familiar. It looks like Sean Diddy Combs. Diddy, the musician, the mogul. The hooded man walks straight up to whom everybody refers to as Diddy, and he just out of nowhere, unprompted, knocks him onto the ground. And for lack of a better word, because of the force, I guess, of how he knocked him over, Diddy's head pops off, becomes decapitated. The man then starts stomping on Diddy's decapitated head, just stomping until his head is turned literally into a pulp. He spits on the head before he books it out of there. He runs straight out of Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in Times Square after decapitating Diddy's wax figure. It's an unprompted, unprovoked, seemingly random, yet so premeditated attack. I mean, it can't be random, right? For someone to do this, they must have something against Diddy. They weren't going on a rampage just knocking over every wax statue. It's specifically Diddy.
Was that guy caught?
Yes. Diddy declined to comment on the incident, but now people are wondering, does it have anything to do with everything that's happening right now? Because 5 years after this incident, $60 million of Diddy's disappears. How does $60 million just vanish? I mean, if there's $60 million in cash, maybe it's a little bit more feasible, but the way that this $60 million is set up, it weighs 48,000 pounds. That's like the weight of 24 cars that just goes dark. It just goes missing. Or like 42 grizzly bears. How does it just disappear? That is exactly what happens in March 2024 to Diddy's $60 million Gulfstream G550 private jet. It's registered under LewellynArt LLC. It's called the LewellynArt, but it's a 20-seat matte black aircraft, and it just goes missing. Now, to be very technical, the plane hasn't vanished. It's not a mystery in that sense, but it does go dark. Technically, all planes can be tracked, even private planes, thanks to the ADS-B system. It's the Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast System. It broadcasts every single plane's position, altitude, speed, and other information every 3 seconds. You get 3-second updates. It's mandated for all aircraft to improve safety and efficiency. Now, some websites have made a business of relaying all that data to the public. They've compiled it for the public to track different planes. It's very intriguing. You know, there's whole Twitter accounts dedicated to tracking famous people's planes, mostly to pressure them to stop flying back and forth in their private jets while we're all stuck sucking on paper straws. But sometimes people will track plane data because it tells you more than just what celebrities are doing. It can tell you what high-profile business leaders are headed. And then you can kind of guesstimate where they're trying to invest, what next moves the company is going to make by tracking their movements. But on March 26th, 2024, a very famous man's plane goes dark. Sean Diddy Combs' private jet, a Gulfstream G550, goes dark. On FlightAware's website, if you look up LewellynArt, you get this message. This aircraft is not available for public tracking per request from the owner and operator.
So you can remove yourself.
Yes, it's not unusual for people, especially celebrities, to request flight tracking data to be blocked from the site, but a lot of times, if people really want to find you, they can find you. Because it's not like you stop broadcasting your plane's location. You just request that these specific websites do not relay that information to the public.
Okay.
Now, people think the timing of it is very interesting because the plane lands in the Caribbean island of Antigua and it goes dark online. Just a day after his homes in Miami and Los Angeles are raided by Homeland Security in an ongoing trafficking investigation. This is the case of a music mogul who is accused of trafficking. He is facing at least 11 different lawsuits from victims. Another 120 are suspected to file lawsuits against him. He is currently sitting in prison awaiting trial. There are rumors that the feds have taken 100 electronic devices where the rumor is he and his fellow friends in the industry, high-profile celebrities, have been caught engaging in potentially illegal activities. This is part 1 of the Sean Diddy Combs case. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network. They work constantly to bring solutions to the illegal human trafficking network in the states by creating awareness, researching, and training in the most current anti-trafficking methods. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. A big disclaimer to keep in mind throughout this entire case is it's currently ongoing and developing as we speak. There has been no court verdicts yet, so unfortunately I must legally state that these are all the current accusations and allegations. People are innocent until proven guilty, legally speaking. Some statements have been shortened for time, and all the theories and speculations mentioned are netizen opinions that can be found publicly online. All reporting for this episode is also taken from information that is online, so please do your own research, form your own opinions. I'm not here to convince you of anyone's guilt or innocence. Some potentially triggering themes involve heavy use of illicit substances, including date, R-word drugs, domestic violence, workplace and gang violence, SA, and trafficking. This case is also going to be heavy, so please do not hesitate to take a break and unplug. With all that being said, let's get started. Originally, I was hoping to do a 2-parter on the Diddy case, but then it became a 3-parter, and then there was 13 deaths loosely connected somehow to Diddy, so now it has become a 4-part series. I've never been down a rabbit hole like this one before. There is no end in sight, and I'm sure with the trial in May of next year, there will be inevitably another part then. Just the amount of information, the amount of strange mysteries surrounding Diddy's life, I don't think I've ever really touched a case like this before. I know a lot of people liken him to Epstein, which I can see why that comparison is drawn, but the key difference here is Diddy is a very famous man. Epstein, he also circulated amongst famous and wealthy people, but he primarily was rubbing shoulders with the wealthy elite that tend to be a lot more private. But Diddy and all of his friends, they're very famous. There's just so much weird information available online that in hindsight, it appears quite scary. This will be part 1, where we do a deep dive on the lawsuit that started all of this, the hotel footage of him beating his then-girlfriend Cassie, as well as other girlfriends who have spoken out against him, as well as covering the freak-offs, and somehow we get into the Illuminati. Part 2 will be in-depth on the other lawsuits against him, as well as a lawsuit against his son, what happens at Diddy's yacht parties, and the very strange death of the mother of his children, Kim Porter, who died of pneumonia, and a very controversial book that claims to be her diary entries before her death, and that book seems to implicate Diddy as having a bigger hand in her death. Part 3 will be about the 13 people who have mysteriously died around Diddy. There's a very, very alarming pattern, not an implication of guilt, but a pattern of some strange, bizarre ways that he responds to people dying around him. And finally, part 4 will be the so-called Diddy's list, the internet allegations of all the celebrity friends who are rumored to somehow be involved in Diddy's trafficking charge. Also, some other wild
What's the
conspiracy
difference? They
theories
both
that
look the same.
Diddy's
the
not
fuck?
in prison.
Hold
He's
on.
been cloned. There's tunnels under his house. The baby oil is laced. as well as the 120 people that are working on
Just-
suing him. And with that being said,
Works.
let's get into it. They
Smooth
say the floors
works.
of the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel are impeccably clean,
There's
evidenced
little
by
to no
footage of a
difference.
man
The
dressed
fuck?
in black inside the hotel that gets released.
Go
He's
away.
in this nearly empty area of the hotel, and he's pointing his gun behind him. And his wrist seems to be made out of jello while he's just shooting up in the air at the ground. He's sometimes shooting at the chandelier, sometimes at the ground itself. And the footage is interesting. He's just
Okay, that's
recklessly
weird.
shooting his gun. He's slipping on the freshly cleaned floors multiple times. He's wearing just
Yikes.
socks on tiled floors. Then he gets up and then shoots around like his wrist is made out of
Okay.
jello and then starts running trips again. Honestly, if you told me this
Let's
is movie
start
footage of a man who
here.
is shooting at ghosts, I would potentially believe you. But it's not. It's real footage. It's real footage of a man screaming, "Come out, mother," while shooting at the ceiling and in the lounge
Die.
areas. This man also grabs an American flag to drape over the front desk of the hotel. This is during Trump's presidency. He goes behind the counter, starts breaking, smashing the computers.
Bruh. As
When the Miami-Dade police arrive, a shootout ensues, both sides are firing, and in the commotion, the gunman manages to flee. He is found later hiding near the elevators with gunshot wounds to his legs. One gunshot to the right ankle, two to the left leg. Interestingly enough, most of the shots fired by the man were into the floor and ceiling, and ultimately the only one shot, thankfully, was himself. The man, Jonathan Odie, is arrested. Before the police can even question his dangerous but honestly kind of bizarre crime, they have to take him to receive medical attention. The whole time that doctors are trying to save him from his own pain, he's screaming, "I'm not gonna talk to none of y'all traitors. I need to talk with the FBI, Secret Service, someone get me the CIA. I need the media on the line now. Look at me. I'm an intelligence officer, and there will be no president in 2 days. There's going to be nuclear weapons. The police will no longer exist." Which I would say is one of the last things you would want to say after the crime he committed. But even more so, when the police figure out that he is, in fact, not a CIA operative, he's a stalker for a website called dancingbears.com. It's an X-rated website where male dancers put on big bear masks and have intimate relations with women. But he continues rambling about, quote, "Obama is Osama. Trump makes his money on gas. Kill all the police in the street. Useless, good for nothing, nada. All of you. Laws are corrupt. Police death has come to you. You be judged. Die for now and for hell and for all of eternity. People in the streets are gonna shoot you. Get heart attacks. You're all dead. I'm gonna let them know to put a bullet in your head. My dog Bubbles, you gotta let him out of the apartment, Bubbles. If he does not eat, he will die." He then proceeds to pass the officers his house and car keys. "Don't hurt my dog Bubbles."
You don't have,
Found in the United States?
yeah.
Just my dog Bubbles.
He continues on his rambles. "I have a settlement. I have a settlement with the former president of the United States, Obama. I have a settlement with the current president of the United States, Donald Trump. And I have one with P. Diddy." Excuse me? After the hospital, Jonathan Odie is brought into an interrogation room. Here's what I want you guys to know. Diddy and Ross, which they're good buddies, okay? And they're gay.
Ross?
Rick Ross. The police are confused. Who is?
Katie and Ross and Khaled. They're all gay.
DJ Khaled.
I mean, good to know, buddy.
Ross,
And he did it?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You know
I mean,
the
Diddy
Illuminati group that I was
garbage, but
telling
you
you
know.
about? He puts his hands up in a triangle shape. The Illuminated group, you know, the Illuminati, which is an elite group, okay? Individuals which run the whole country, all right? What I did this for was to basically transmit a statement to the American people because they want the United States to fall. They've been creating chaos and confusion in the United States. They want the United States to fall. You have the Illuminati, basically, which means illuminate. They do satanic ritual abuse, which is basically CIA mind programming techniques to their own family and kids, and they bond that way. They do animal abuse, killing of animals, blood sacrifices, and everything in the Bohemian Grove. You know, where the bushes go?
Okay, how do I know this?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How do you know this?
Sean Combs.
Puff Daddy,
Yeah,
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself
Yeah.
these days. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The
The
Boule,
Boule.
the Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. Okay, I'm from Africa, so I'm not a racist.
Okay.
Okay, you're my brother, so I like black people.
That's actually.
My
Yeah.
mom, I
I'm
was
from
raised
Africa. I can't be
by
racist.
by an African woman in my house. Okay.
And the police are like, okay, right, okay. So I have this settlement with Sean, and he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land over contracts. Okay. He leans in, he puts his arms on the table.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot.
Because when they would do it, Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I'll be in there. I was like a slave. Yeah, for them. That's what I was. He leans back. So I caught herpes. He goes on.
What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like the ramblings of someone who is a little unhinged. He leans back and he goes on to explain that Diddy's 2 attorneys asked him to turn in a video recording. Those 2 attorneys are also involved in Michael Jackson's death and the Illuminati. It's unclear, but it seems like he's stating a video was recorded of this supposed encounter and he turns it in, but he also states, they gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible that I threw everything out, but it's also possible that I could produce a copy. I'm not sure.
Bruh.
Now, how does that lead up to him going into the Trump Hotel with a gun?
My settlement put me in a box. Basically, I couldn't talk because otherwise I'll be sued. So I let it be, but they've been following me, and they've had Smart Ghetto has had the FBI on me, has had other agencies looking at me and spying on me, okay, because they want to set me up as an extortionist, like if I was extorting Sean for money. It's wrong.
Basically, what happened is the Ciroc agenda, you know, the Ciroc vodka agenda, is to promote binge drinking and drugs. The hip-hop agenda, that's why they had Tupac killed. Because when they killed him, they gained pain. That's when the record sales go up. That's how you become famous. That's how you do it, all right? Tupac is still alive. He's in Cuba. Basically, what happens, it was in the hip-hop agenda.
What?
He alleges, in more simplified terms, they move drugs all over the United States. They move drugs in private jets that don't get screened within the United States domestically. They move all that dope in the private jets. They move what's called high-grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine. They move liquid cocaine in their bottles, too.
I've seen liquid cocaine. I've drank it myself. Having sex with Diddy and Cassie.
Alright,
Okay?
but-
It's not
okay.
good. He drinks it all the time. Alright? He calls it Gigi. But it's liquid cocaine.
All right.
Many state it sounds like an interrogation that one would watch to study for psychology class. And to be frank, there's many parts of the interrogation that sounds like the unhinged ramblings of someone who has lost touch with reality and has gotten swept up in every internet conspiracy possible. Perhaps he created a whole fantasy of 2 high-profile A-list celebrities, and in his mind, he truly knows them. He's met them. He's had these encounters with them, but it's all a fantasy, right? It doesn't change the fact that he committed this crazy crime, and it does appear that most of what he's saying are full-blown conspiracies, we hope. But the question is, what if there's even a little bit of truth to what he's saying? Because 4 years later, the Department of Homeland Security conduct a multi-state raid on Diddy's LA mansion and his Miami mansion. Diddy's LA home is described as, quote, an immersive experience. It's on the same street as the Playboy mansion as well as Kylie Jenner's home. Yeah. One reporter says, within moments of entering his home, a member of the staff will walk up offering you a drink, likely De Leon tequila infused, Diddy's tequila brand. Well, former tequila brand. There's a personal chef on duty, but they don't just start shoving food down your throat. They don't even ask you, are you hungry? Instead, they wait. They watch you without making you feel watched. They just wait for you and your body to send signals that you're feeling for a little snack. One recent Vanity Fair piece on Diddy says, the hospitality is both overt and inconspicuous. You will enjoy yourself here, or someone will die trying.
What does that mean?
It seems to insinuate that someone will die trying to make you enjoy yourself.
By doing
all these things over the top. There's so much staff trying to make sure you're having a good time.
Okay.
It's overt, but it's also inconspicuous. The staff are wearing everyday clothes. They're not dressed up in wait staff attire. It's fascinating. They have this relaxed attitude, but they can tell that they're not relaxed. They're high alert. But when you see them walking down the stairs, it looks like they have nowhere to be. But you can just tell shit gets done in this house.
Oh. So, like, you know how you were talking about Epstein's house?
Yes.
There was, like, so many staffs, right?
Yes.
And they're all so dressed up and just standing around. So you're saying Diddy's people are always around, but they look like they're not, like, uptight?
They look like they're family friends.
But they are actually
Yes.
very uptight.
They're like lounging on the couch, but they're probably surveying you and trying to see what you need next. Because the minute that you're half done with a glass of water, you've got now a wine glass in your hand. It just gets so seamlessly replaced.
Which takes even more effort.
More effort, more skill. It's very interesting. Now, in hindsight, that's a very grim description of his home. Someone's gonna die trying. You will enjoy yourself here. If the staff don't make people feel out of place or slightly uncomfortable or watched, the grandness of the house is going to accomplish that. The house is one of the pricier residential homes in Southern California. It's actually on the market right now if you're interested for $61 million.
You know what?
It
No
looks
thanks.
more like a
I'm
resort
good.
than a residential home. It's a modern colonial style home. It's all white. It looks like the White House on steroids with beautiful French doors, beautiful iron balconies on the second floor. It's got this massive swimming pool, basketball court, a separate 2-story guest house, state-of-the-art movie theater that seats 35 guests, a resort-like swimming pool with a waterfall, a spa house, gym, recording studio. There's this giant metal statue in the back. It looks like one of those metal statues, and if you were to slice it back and forth, it's like rings.
Yep.
And it's the headless torso of Kim Porter.
Bruh.
It's said often that he speaks to her giant metal bust. It
Yeah,
was
that's
his
weird.
tribute to his now gone Kim Porter, which we will talk about in episode 2. It's a massive 10-bedroom, 13-bathroom estate, 17,000 square foot home. But in March 2024, tanks are driving up to that house. A swarm of fully decked out in tactical gear officials start clearing through that house. They've got guns pointed in every direction. They're sending in drones to check rooms. Diddy's 2 sons, 30-year-old Justin and 25-year-old Christian, are forced up against the wall, handcuffed with guns pointed at them. They're dragged out of the house while the rest of the team tear through that place, which is interesting because what exactly are these Homeland Security officials looking for? It's said by the time that they left, there were just cables dangling around, like they unplugged some security cameras, multiple safes that were left wide open, almost 100 electronics confiscated. At the same time, his massive $40 million compound in Miami was also raided by Homeland Security at the same time. Coordinated. It's a pretty crazy visual to see Homeland Security just rolling up in tanks, camo, full gear, raiding a mansion in a neighborhood where you've got the hedge fund billionaire Citadel founder Ken Griffin just down the block, where Philip Frost, a pharmaceutical billionaire, owns a large piece of land. There's only like 50 houses on this little island that he lives in Miami. It's called Star Island. It's like a billionaire island. Interestingly enough, Alex Rodriguez and his then-girlfriend Jennifer Lopez, who also happens to be Diddy's ex-girlfriend, owned a house on the same island.
40 million Miami home, 60 million LA home, both getting raided at the same time.
By Homeland Security.
And where is Diddy?
Diddy? He's at an airport in Miami.
Ooh, my
Oh,
There's-
so he wasn't there.
No, there's actually footage of
he ran
him.
away.
So that's what people thought because his plane went dark, but he didn't actually run away. It said that he was searched at the Miami airport. It's like a private, small airport in Miami. There's actually someone who took a video of him pacing around because I'm sure he's getting all the news that his homes are getting raided. He just got spoken to by Homeland Security. And someone says ominously while they're recording Diddy, you're probably wondering what's gonna happen next, Diddy.
I guess you wonder what's gonna happen next, Diddy. And
I got more
It's
frogs.
very unsettling. The whole thing is unsettling. In a statement, Homeland Security states, because when your house gets raided by Homeland Security, that is very odd.
Yeah.
Homeland Security is the department that is responsible for trafficking investigations. Because you hear the FBI, you hear people getting swatted.
Yeah.
Homeland Security is a bit bizarre.
Yeah. Are they more intense than FBI? I wonder.
More
crimes?
Some people think they are, but definitely some of the crimes that they investigate are pretty intense. Like you're talking very organized crime charges. In a statement, Homeland Security states, earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from Homeland Security Los Angeles, Miami, and our local law enforcement partners. We will provide further information as it becomes available. The further information would shock many netizens. The feds would reveal that they are investigating Diddy for trafficking charges and that they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant along with narcotics in Diddy's mansion. 1,000 bottles of baby oil is about $10,000, which is nothing for Diddy. But still, what on earth is he doing with 1,000 bottles of baby oil? That is enough to fill a 100-gallon fish tank. You could use the baby oil to paint the surface, the outside of the White House one time and then another half. You know those giant water cooler jugs in those corporate offices and you connect it to the machine and
Yep.
that's about 83 of those jugs of baby oil.
I also think it's bizarre that they disclosed that out of
Yes.
everything. I'm sure there's a lot of incriminating evidence they found, but they are saying, here's 1,000 baby oils. Do what you will with that information.
So some people think that it was included in the indictment to indicate this amount of baby oil must have links to trafficking. You don't just do this as someone who loves to have intimate relations with even multiple women and men, who cares, right? But this gives some sort of organized brothel vibes. Or some people think that it was included in the indictment along with the narcotics because there is suspicion that the baby oil has been laced with something.
But why wouldn't they disclose that already?
We don't know because they don't have to disclose any of that.
I see.
Now, but more alarming is that they find 9 AR-15 style weapons, 6 with the serial numbers intact, but 3 of them, the serial numbers are scratched off, which is very scary. Now, many believe that this raid was kicked off by Cassie Ventura's lawsuit against her ex-boyfriend Diddy. His homes are raided in March of 2024. Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, files her lawsuit November 2023. But everyone thinks, no. The lawsuit actually starts back in 2022. I know it's very confusing. Bear with me here. 2022, Cassie and Diddy have already been broken up for 4 years now. In fact, Cassie is married to another man. She's a mom with 2 beautiful children, but Diddy is winning the BET Lifetime Achievement Award. His rumored girlfriend, Young Miami of City Girls, is in the crowd holding up a sign supporting him. But in his winning speech, instead of thanking Young Miami, he says, "Anything I do is through love. That's what I evolved to be. That's what I'm doing right now. I was in a dark place for a few years, and I got to give a special thank you to the people that was really there for me." He lists a few people, and then there's this odd moment where he looks directly into the camera and says, "Cassie, for holding me down in dark times. Love."
Yeah, and also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
Wait, he broke up already? What year
4
was
years
that?
ago. They
Oh.
broke up in 2018. This is in 2022.
That is crazy.
She's married. She's moved on. It's not like they're still on and off. He's dating Young Miami. He's dated like a string of other women allegedly after this. And he's publicly in this weird relationship with Young Miami where it's like kind of unclear if they're dating or not. It's a little bit unclear, but she's there, right there.
Yeah.
Cassie's not even there.
Yeah.
This is very strange.
Is
And
it
he-
like kind of like a threat almost?
That's what it feels like. At the time, nobody thought it was. They just thought it was kind of disrespectful to Young Miami. But maybe he was still pining for Cassie because they did date for like 10 years. Maybe he wants her back and she's the one that got away. But now in hindsight, it feels like a threat. Because just 18 months later, Cassie will file a lawsuit against Diddy. The 19-year-old Cassie gets presented with this very simple 10-album deal with Diddy's record label, Bad Boy Records. So far, Cassie just has a few songs that by chance happen to be playing at a
Wait,
club.
when was this?
This is back in 2006.
Oh.
This is when they first meet. Her songs were playing at a club that Diddy was at, and he's intrigued. I mean, her voice, it's nice. She's going viral on MySpace at the time. and 37-year-old Diddy ends up signing 19-year-old Cassie to his label. She releases an album under Bad Boy Records. It debuts number 4 on the Billboard 200 in the US, which is a big freaking deal, especially when you factor in this is her first debut album. It seems like Cassie herself is not even ready for this level of commercial success. She was just going around promoting her album, doing these different press interviews, press tours. She would perform her songs live, but because she's so nervous and she's never done this before, she would freak out. Her performance would be considered not her best, and the media was just ripping into her. This is her first taste of fame, really. Side note, this is the same girl who said one of her first performances, she was doing everyone's hair and makeup. The dancers, the performers. So she's passionate. She's clearly talented. She's just not used to this level of fame that comes with signing with Bad Boy Records. Some critics start questioning her vocal ability, suggesting that her studio recordings are just heavily edited, and she can't even manage to replicate the same sound live. Others use this as a way to be like, see, she's not that talented. She's just an industry plant. She's signed by Bad Boy Records because she's pretty. So she's signed with Diddy. She's dating a producer by the name of Ryan Leslie. She's not actually skilled. The negative press at the time was a lot. She's 19 years old. Her frontal lobe has not even fully developed, but everybody is treating her like she personally insulted their mothers. She's probably thinking my entire career is over at this point. But Diddy, the owner of her record label, comes in and he starts defending his artist. He tells MTV News, you could hear the nervousness in her voice. And to be honest, I kind of smiled at that because it made me appreciate what I really love about her. She's just a regular person. It just made me appreciate that she got nervous. It's kind of cute to me, to be honest. You've got to understand that success for her is coming out of nowhere. It's just huge and people deal with that differently. A lot of people shut up after that. And they respected Diddy a lot for coming to his artist's defense, which is probably why Cassie felt comfortable and excited to perform at the MTV Europe Music Awards in Denmark later that year with Diddy. She flies all the way to Europe with Diddy, and during hair and makeup leading up to this performance, she's sitting in the makeup chair, and her makeup artist is fixing her face, staring at her in the mirror, and just states, Diddy's interested in you.
Wait, she's dating someone though, right?
Yeah, and Diddy's dating Kim Porter, okay? So this is very crazy, you know? Cassie thought the whole thing was just gossip, and honestly kind of gross. He's so old. He's practically double her age. I mean, there's just no way. He's in a very public relationship with his longtime on and off girlfriend, the mother of his children, Kim Porter. Besides, she's publicly dating a producer by the name of Ryan Leslie, and he knows that. He's friends with Ryan Leslie. But from what everybody has said about Diddy, if he wants something or someone, there's really no way of saying no. The two enter into a very public relationship. And for the most part, they fit this very glamorous, jealousy-inducing public image. The music mogul leaves the mother of his child. It's not explicit that it's due to Cassie. It seems like he's never really been a loyal person. Even with Kim Porter, he was cheating on her with multiple other people. He had children with other women while he was dating Kim Porter. It's a lot. We're going to get into it in episode 2. But he ends up publicly dating Cassie, and everyone thought the music mogul, the beautiful, talented girlfriend, they look good together. But behind closed doors, there were just some red flags in their relationship. For example, while he's publicly dating Cassie, he posts a tribute to one of the mothers of his children. So he's got 3 mothers of his children, well, now 4, but he captions it, Chance, their daughter's name. Chance and I are so grateful to have you in our lives. Love. Which is totally fine, but the picture he posts of the mother of his child is her in a bikini on the beach. Again, the picture is fine. I'm not mom shaming her. She looks incredible. But surely he had more appropriate pictures to post considering he's dating Cassie. It's her birthday. It's just, it's weird. He also allegedly had drugs and pills out in the open like candy. So those were a few red flags for Cassie. But again, maybe that's just what happens when you're dating a billionaire in the industry. They're eccentric. But sometimes he would do really strange, really questionable things. For example, according to a lawsuit, Cassie told Diddy that she calls her beloved grandfather Pop Pop. Immediately after that, Diddy insisted that Cassie call him Pop Pop.
Yeah, that's gross.
But they're dating with this huge age gap. It feels a little perverse. But more alarming than that is they were constantly breaking up, getting back together. And while they're on a bit of a break, Cassie alleges that she had a brief relationship with another musician by the name of Kid Cudi. And it seems that Diddy found emails between Cassie and Kid Cudi. He was not happy. He tells Cassie, I'm going to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Which, I mean, no excuses for that, but it sounds like it's just someone's intense anger and jealousy speaking, right? I mean, it's Diddy. It's P. Diddy. Really? He's going to blow up another A-list musician's car? That's ridiculous. January 9th, 2012, Kid Cudi's car blows up in his driveway.
Bruh.
His Porsche goes up in flames at 11 a.m. in the morning. The report lists the cause of fire as intentional, aka arson, but the police don't know who did this. The police were never able to even figure out exactly who did it, but there were whispers that Diddy was going around stating that he ordered someone, allegedly, to slice open the car's convertible top, it's a Porsche convertible, and drop a Molotov cocktail inside to have the car blow up, allegedly. In fact, there were always whispers about Diddy if you're in the industry. You know why they call him Puff, or at least why they did call him Puff, don't you? There was a brief rumor that he got it in high school. He was on the football team, but because he was a bit skinnier of a kid, he had this habit of puffing up his chest to look more intense. But most people say that's not actually why they call him Puff.
That would be
or
so
Puffy.
so goofy.
Yeah.
That's why he's called Puff Daddy.
They say it's a childhood name because he was always, I feel like the real reason is goofier.
Okay.
Because he was always angry, so he would walk around huffing and puffing.
No.
So they called him Puffy.
No way.
Puffy or Puff. Puffy, Puff, then it's Puff Daddy, then it's P. Diddy, then it's Diddy, and now it's Brother Love. He even admitted in an interview once, I had a temper. That's why my friends started calling me Puffy. One industry source says they were at a party at Diddy's house and they left early because the whole party just felt uncomfortable. They just sat there watching Diddy yell at Cassie all night for honestly nothing. They later said, you could see it in Cassie's eyes that she's scared. And I'm like, is this normal? Am I tripping right now? Why is nobody saying anything? Are they all scared of him? Why is he screaming at her?
Who said this?
An industry source, anonymous. So there's always whispers that Diddy is not normal in the industry. Danielle, who wrote a piece for the New York Times, she's a journalist. She said that she was at a party. This is back in 2015, which, by the way, she has a piece on New York Times. It's incredible. She's an amazing writer. This was back in 2015. She's at a party, one of those fancy ones, where they have the little tuna bites and those singular spoons and the wait staff walk around. Cassie, who's normally always surrounded by Diddy's entourage, is walking around alone, which is very rare. She's wearing stilettos in the grass, but she's stunning. She's so graceful. The way it's like she's barefoot. But even more so when she walks over to Danielle, gracefully squats down to be eye level, and says, how are you? Fine, how are you? How are you doing it? Doing what? Like, how are you managing? Danielle describes feeling like Cassie could almost see through her. It's like she felt that it's very likely a mutual friend had told Cassie that someone that they all knew in the industry had essayed Danielle. This was a decade earlier, the incident, but Danielle couldn't confirm that, so she just felt anxious. It felt like Cassie was asking her, how are you doing it, staying in the industry, going through all of this? So Danielle collected herself and tried to play it off like, girl, what? I'm fine. What are you talking about? It was this moment where both of them, she said both of them wanted to say something, but neither of them could find the words. Eventually, Cassie rose up gracefully, waved goodbye, and walked off. Another close to the couple friend by proximity, Dawn Richards, she's a former Danity Kane member. She has her own lawsuit, which we're going to cover in episode 3, but she has her own lawsuit against Diddy, and she stated that the first time she saw the two of them, Diddy and Cassie, she just felt uncomfortable. Diddy would get into Cassie's personal space. He would fixate on her with this very intense, unyielding stare. It was like he was constantly trying to isolate her while there's other people in the room. Another friend of Cassie's would later detail how she was once in the car with Cassie. Diddy's calling on speakerphone, just screaming at her. She alleges he was like, what are you doing? Cassie kept hanging up because he was screaming, and then he would call again, she'd pick up, and he would scream, you don't hang up on me. I mean, this does not seem like a normal relationship. In the new lawsuit filed by Cassie against Diddy in November of 2023, she states publicly that after her on and off relationship with Diddy from 2007 to 2018, she's finally ready to come clean. She says, quote, "After years of silence and darkness, I'm finally ready to tell my story and to speak up on behalf of myself and for the benefit of other women who face violence and abuse in their relationships. With the expiration of the New York Adult Survivor Act fast approaching, it became clear this was an opportunity to speak up about the trauma that I had experienced and that I will be recovering from for the rest of my life. I am ready to tell my story and to speak up." She goes on to detail in depth about her experience with Diddy. She states that even the start of their relationship was not something she consented to. The lawsuit alleges that after Cassie's 21st birthday party, Diddy pulls her into the bathroom and forcibly starts making out with her. Cassie did not consent. She said she immediately ran out of the bathroom and started crying. She told her best friend what happened, but she doesn't know what to do because she's basically stuck in this 10-album contract with Bad Boy Records. This is the founder and owner of Bad Boy Records that just forcibly kissed her. He knows she has a boyfriend. He's so influential in the industry. It's not like she can break the contract and go somewhere else. She's just started. She had like one hit song. That's it. It appears that she hoped that running out of the bathroom is a signal enough. It's a no without telling him don't ever do that again and pissing him off and maybe making him angry. But no, Diddy allegedly keeps demanding she come spend time with him, quote, for work. On one of those occasions, he hands her this pill and told her to take it. He wouldn't tell her what it was, but she was so scared she just swallowed it. Later, she said she realized it was ecstasy, something she had never tried before and never wanted to do. And it just gets worse from there. There were always drugs being pushed onto Cassie. The lawsuit states, as she wanted Mr. Combs to continue to support her career, she felt she could not refuse Mr. Combs' urging for her to take more drugs. Diddy would often have pills and other drugs out in the open like, quote, candy. Within 2 years of meeting Mr. Combs, Ms. Ventura found herself lured into this immediate circle of her boss, the owner of her record label, and one of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry. Mr. Combs' aggressive and demanding approach to those he worked with made it impossible for anyone to challenge him, and Ms. Ventura soon learned that Mr. Combs insisted on blind loyalty from everyone in his inner circle. He also rented out apartments in New York City and Los Angeles for her. They were both in walking distance to his residences in both cities. He paid for everything in her life, her houses, her cars, which, yes, sounds great, but that's a really high level of control he now has over a 21-year-old. And it's not even just the purchasing of things. There was one instance, due to his alleged abuse, Cassie had to get an MRI. You would think that she's safe at the doctors, but even the doctors send the MRI results directly to Diddy and not to her. The lawsuit alleges throughout their relationship, Mr. Combs was prone to uncontrollable rage and frequently beat Ms. Ventura savagely. These beatings were witnessed by Mr. Combs' staff and employees of Bad Boy Entertainment and Mr. Combs-related businesses, but no one dared to speak up against their frightening and ferocious boss. It is stated that Diddy's head of security and his own assistant, when they saw the extent of some of Cassie's injuries, in one instance it was 2 black eyes, a burst and bruised lip, and a huge welt on her forehead, they cried. They started crying. But it seems like they didn't do much to stop it. One former employee says, Diddy doesn't believe in being told no, and if you get caught up in the wrath of that, it can be very dangerous. The lawsuit states that the injuries on Cassie were allegedly so bad that Diddy would come to his senses, realizes, oh yeah, these are brutal, literal crimes, felonies that I've committed. And he would hide his girlfriend Cassie in his house or hotels to make sure she's not seen or photographed with all the injuries that he inflicted on her. While he's holding her hostage in a sense, he would bombard her with gifts, words of affirmation, trying to get her back, which he would just get his assistants to buy a bunch of luxury gifts, have them delivered to the hotel room where she's being allegedly held hostage. And if that doesn't work, he would just remind her of how powerful he is. Once, she alleges an assistant tracked her down and told her point blank, hey, if you don't answer his calls, your single is never gonna be released. Like your songs, nothing will happen. Or they would just say ominous things like, it's in your best interest to call Mr. Combs back. Cassie alleges he would do this thing where he made her carry his gun in her purse. She's not familiar with guns and she was terrified that it would go off in her purse, but he gave her zero reason on why he even wanted her to put it in her purse. I mean, it seems like he just did it to instill fear fear in Cassie to show her how terrifying he is. Some other instances of alleged violence include once after a party with Jay-Z on the way back home, Diddy beat Cassie in an Escalade by kicking and hitting her. He told the driver to stop the car, made her get out on the street of New York City, and just left. At another party, Diddy saw her speaking with a man, and it's likely about work stuff, but he did not care. He asked her to step into the bedroom. It's a hotel after party, so it's one of those large suites with bedrooms, like a apartment. He steps into the bedroom, and he just starts beating her while there's a whole party happening outside. She said that she ran from corner to corner of the room to try and avoid him, and eventually she found herself curled up behind the toilet while he was stomping on her. Nobody could hear her scream because of the loud music. In another instance, it wasn't Cassie that he harmed. Once, Cassie was at home with a friend of hers named Carrie. Diddy comes in unannounced, which Carrie did not appreciate, it seems. Likely she knew that Diddy was doing all these things to Cassie, and the two of them, Diddy and Carrie, they get into an altercation where Diddy throws a hanger at Carrie. The two settled it. Diddy and Cassie end up paying her for the dispute, and ever since then, Cassie's friendship with Carrie just strained, which is just the way that Diddy isolates her from everyone. Also, this isn't the first time. Allegedly, he did this with another friend of Cassie's by forcing Cassie to listen to what he wanted. He was like, if you're not going to do what I want, fine. He picks up her friend, allegedly, and dangles her off the 17th floor balcony.
What? This is in the lawsuit?
Yes.
He dangled a human outside the balcony?
Yes. I'm sure he was like cradling her more.
What?
Another time, they were at a party in LA. Cassie thought Diddy would be proud and excited that she was networking. She spoke with this music manager in hopes of growing her career. But when Diddy finds out, he's not happy. He's enraged. He drags her out of the party into the car. He's beating her, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle, quite literally, allegedly, stomping on her face. Cassie's lawsuit states Roger Bonds, one of Diddy's security staff, tried to stop the beating, which he does corroborate in an interview. But he is unable to de-escalate the situation. When they get to Diddy's house, Cassie tries to make a run for it, but he chases after her and kicks her in the face again. She's bleeding profusely at this point. She gets ushered into his house where she starts throwing up from the violent assault. Once they got in the house, Diddy, he starts realizing, wait, the extent of her injuries, she's got to go to a hotel to heal. She's not allowed to leave this hotel for an entire week while healing. It's in this hotel room that Cassie stated she starts fully realizing, quote, that Mr. Combs' tremendously loyal network not only knew about and witnessed his assaults, but also these witnesses were not willing to do anything meaningful to stop Mr. Combs' behavior.
What you gotta say now? What you gotta say now? You ain't got shit to say when you put your girl on the snap.
She recognized she was powerless, and reporting him to the authorities would not alter his status or influence. It would just merely give him another excuse to hurt her. She said from that point forward, she was terrified, isolated, and unable to see a pathway out of Mr. Combs' abusive hold on her life. She found herself numb to the abuse that she was experiencing. She began to blindly follow his instructions out of fear of, again, being on the receiving end of a vicious beating. Tiffany Red is a Grammy-winning songwriter and musician herself. She helped produce Replay by Zendaya, Boss for NCTU, and Songs for Cassie. In fact, Tiffany Red remembers it was all very odd. I mean, she had written this song for Cassie called Loyal. The two of them had been working on it together, and the first verse reads, I don't know what is real, I just know how I feel, and you keep acting like you don't know what you did wrong, trying to get me to chill. Since we ain't been together, I've been on some whatever. Tiffany could tell that Diddy did not like Cassie singing those lyrics, or at least that's the initial vibe that she got, and she thought it was weird.
Did she write that, or Cassie wrote that?
Both of them together. Now, they've been in a stable relationship for like a decade. I mean, yes, they're on and off, but still, it's just a song. It's not that serious. But it does indeed get serious. Tiffany actually penned an open letter to Diddy when all of this starts unraveling, and she explains how she's a longtime friend of Cassie's, and yeah, she has seen the abuse. She says to Diddy, I first met you in person in August of 2015 at a surprise party you threw for Cassie's 29th birthday at a hotel in Los Angeles. I was at her old apartment before the party with friends, rushed by calls from your team about her ETA. We were in a frenzy to get her ready without spoiling the surprise. We all piled into a black car service from her place to the party. We arrived at the area reserved for her party at the hotel, and you popped out singing Happy Birthday. There were so many friends, a few famous faces, and cameras recording as we sang. She was definitely surprised. Up until that point, I'd only spoken to you once before on FaceTime with Cassie about songs we were working on together. You approached me that day, and you introduced yourself saying, "So you're the one writing all those songs about me." I said yes, and you stared back and said, "That means she's talking to you, huh?" I was uncomfortable because it seemed like you were talking about the more turbulent parts of your relationship. Tiffany also claims that one of Diddy's security guards came up to her once and said something along the lines of, "I heard a lot about you, Tiffany." She said, "You both creep me out, and this interaction was super intimidating. It felt like you both wanted me to know that you knew who I was and you didn't like how close I was to her."
Wait. What was the lyrics again? Like, what exactly was said that got Diddy so offended?
That she doesn't think he's being loyal.
That got Diddy this emotional?
Yes. Later that evening, during the surprise birthday party, it started in the afternoon, so around nighttime, they all decided to go to a karaoke spot called the Blind Dragon. But only a few of the girlies were wanting to go. Tiffany Red writes, "But you weren't happy that she was leaving. I remember your people hovering around us, trying to discourage Cassie from leaving, but we went anyway. You followed us and arrived just a little bit later after we did. It was instantly uncomfortable. You pulled Cassie out of the private karaoke room. She put her head down and went with you. I followed outside to see if she was okay because something was off. When I walked out of the room, you had her backed into the corner of the hallway outside of the door, and your security surrounded you two as you cursed her out with your hands in her face." These are all Tiffany Red's allegations, by the way. "She and I briefly made eye contact. I felt helpless. She looked afraid, and I kept looking down at the floor. I didn't know what to do. I was scared." Tiffany explains that in her allegations that the party was over at that point because Diddy wanted Cassie on her 29th birthday to come with him, leave her friends, and do what he wants to do on her birthday, which is already alarming, but that's nothing compared to what actually happens, or at least according to multiple different accounts, but still alleged since there's no recording of this incident. Tiffany said Cassie pulled her girls aside and asked them, "Can you guys just go back to my place and stay the night? I'll be back later. I mean, I have to go back to the house right now to gather my
Non, mais
stuff.
c'est
Go with
peut-être ta
Diddy
mamie.
and I'll be back. And we can have like a little birthday sleepover." Clearly something about the whole situation, the way that Diddy was
peut-être que ça
asking and the
choque.
way that Cassie was asking them, Tiffany says, "I said yes because I was worried that Diddy would hurt her. Prior to this incident, Cassie confirmed in me that you were a physically abusive person, and the way you were in her face that night was so alarming to me. I didn't want to leave her alone. When we got back to her house, she kept saying to us she didn't want to go with you, but you were already on your way to pick her up. One of her friends was packing an overnight bag for her. I'll never forget it. It was the biggest Birkin bag I've ever seen. It was blue. I kept asking why they're packing Cassie's stuff if clearly she didn't want to go with Diddy, and this person said, she always goes." Diddy arrives at the door, and you whisked her away. Cassie looked uneasy. I didn't know where you were taking her. Once you left, the person who packed the bag said, "They'll be back. Watch." It was almost like they had seen this movie before. Tiffany was worried, but there's not really much that she could have done in that moment considering everything. She says that she fell asleep in Cassie's room and, quote, "A few hours later, I was woken up by you screaming, 'Emotional singing, bitch, where are you?'"
What?
Yeah, that's what Tiffany claims. It's like 3 or 4 in the morning. Tiffany walks out of the bedroom where she had fallen asleep, and she's face to face with Diddy, who allegedly says, "Emotional singing, bitch, there you are." Tiffany said she didn't even know that he was talking about her, but now she's like, what? She feels terrified, humiliated, confused, but ultimately freaking scared. And he starts allegedly screaming, "Tell your girl she needs some birthday dick. I flew all the way from Miami, and she's gonna get this birthday dick." Tiffany is terrified. He seems furious, and she tries to respond. She doesn't have to have sex with you if she doesn't want to. But allegedly, Diddy keeps screaming around Cassie's house, "She gonna get this dick." Which I guess at that point, what Diddy wants, Diddy gets because of how abusive and violent he allegedly is. The two, Diddy and Cassie, end up driving off again in a golf cart since he lives down the street. Tiffany said she watched from the balcony that it was terrifying. She alleges Diddy was driving the golf cart speeding, and she says, "I thought you were going to get pulled over and go to jail or crash from being so high. It was like a real-life scary movie. I was terrified for Cassie, and she later told me that you made her have a freak-off that night." Freak-offs, according to Cassie's lawsuit, they started happening within a few months of dating. Diddy kept telling Cassie that he wanted to engage in this fantasy with her called voyeurism. He explained it's a fantasy of watching others engage in intimate activities. He allegedly said it would, quote, turn him on if he saw Miss Ventura with another day. The first time it happens, Diddy hires a man, brings him to his LA mansion. He forces that man and Cassie and himself to wear masquerade masks, take drugs. The whole time he's sitting there and allegedly instructing Cassie on what to do to this man while he's watching and self-pleasuring. This encounter, according to the lawsuit, lasted multiple days. So it seems like he's drugging everyone, allegedly keeping everyone on drugs so that they can keep going. He starts referring to these events as freak-offs, or an FO, if you will. After the first time, randomly Diddy would call Cassie and tell him he wanted an FO. Eventually, he would even make her coordinate them, picking the location, usually hotels, hiring the male sex workers. He forced her, allegedly, to go online and find these men to have these encounters with, and specifically told her to search for, quote, large black penises. He would even fly these men around the US to meet up with Cassie and Diddy so that he could watch them having intimate relations with his girlfriend against her will. While Cassie is doing that, Diddy is picking out lingerie that he wants her to wear. He's making sure that her nails are painted white. He allegedly liked to have her white nails to, quote, in paraphrased terms, contrast to the skin of the black men that he was hiring to have sex with her. Diddy's assistants would be sent to the hotel to set up the FOs, which, by the way, there's a Conan O'Brien segment. Conan O'Brien was like, I heard this rumor that you don't actually ever check into a hotel by yourself. Like, you are not a normal person. You don't check in and like, oh, where's my room? You send people to check in for you and get the room ready. And he says, yeah, like they got to make it sexy before I arrive. So he would have his assistants send to the hotel to set up for the FO, set up with baby oil, Astroglide, all these things. And there are also allegedly a ton of drugs present: ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, alcohol. Honestly, it's the only thing that let Cassie disassociate from these encounters. There's so much coordination happening for just one of these encounters. It's really hard to say how many people on Diddy's team were involved in these arrangements. Another odd part of the routine is, after the freak-offs, they would get IV fluids to recover from all the heavy drug usage. These freak-offs became more and more frequent, sometimes happening once a week. Clearly, Cassie hated it, but he kept telling her it was their thing, their secret, and allegedly he would even instruct her to talk to these workers and would specifically instruct where to touch them. He would say things like, quote, grab that big black dick. How does it feel? This is in the lawsuit. But sometimes he would just beat her during freak-offs in front of the sex workers. Side note, he would pay the men a few $1,000s in cash for their services, and probably to make Cassie feel more disgusting, it seems, he would present her with gifts during the freak-offs. The lawsuit states at one point she had so many designer bracelets from the freak-offs, and immediately following his brutal beatings, he would gift her bracelets, designer bracelets, that she felt that she was shackled by his presence. The lawsuit alleges during the freak-offs, in addition to directing Miss Ventura and masturbating, Mr. Combs would use his phone, laptop, and tablet to film Miss Ventura having sex with the hired workers. He treated the forced encounter as like a personal art project, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. Sometimes he would use Cassie's phone to take those videos and pictures, and she would immediately delete them after because why would she want that on her phone? But he would just mock her. Oh, you know I can recover that. Like, that's crazy. Which is kind of a hard to believe statement of, no, that's crazy. You're crazy. How can you recover it? It's my phone. I deleted it, and I deleted it from my recently deleted. What do you mean? Well, not too long after that, they're on his plane heading to another city, and he forces her to sit next to him and plays her a video that she believes she had deleted from her phone. So maybe he sent it to his phone before it was I don't know.
That is crazy.
But he had it playing on the plane and forced her to watch the entire thing. She started developing this intense fear and anxiety for these freak-offs, and she would become physically ill every time he demanded one. She would just start throwing up when he told her he wanted a freak-off, and he would see this, convince her that she needed to do this, and would shame her for saying no. And if that didn't work, he would beat her. There was one time where Cassie said she was ready to leave. She's trying to move on and briefly entered into a romantic relationship with Kid Cudi, but Diddy kept calling her for more freak-offs, and out of fear, she went. And during that freak-off, I don't know if he stole her phone or forced her to let him have it, He ends up finding emails between Cassie and Kid Cudi. He freaks out. He puts a corkscrew, a wine corkscrew, in between his fingers and starts lunging at Cassie, allegedly, according to the lawsuit. She was terrified. She ran out of there and briefly went to stay with Kid Cudi. He's calling her, threatening her, I'm going to blow up his car. She leaves his house, goes to her parents' house because she's scared. And sure enough, his car explodes in his driveway. Since then, others have come forward with their alleged freak-off experiences, including one of Diddy's alleged drug dealers. So the word freak-offs, these parties, they've kind of merged into different variations. Cassie's freak-offs that she lists in her lawsuit seem like more intimate encounters where she's forced to engage in activities with 1, 2 different people in front of Diddy, right? But some people have stated he would just have like these freaky parties, allegedly. Again, this could be someone that's never met Diddy a day in his life until things are proven in the court of law. Take everything with a grain of salt. But this alleged drug dealer states that he once went to Diddy's mansion in the Hamptons to drop off a shipment of supplies, if you will. Diddy opens the door in nothing but a robe, brings him to a back bedroom to make the deal, and that's when he sees, quote, weird shit. Weird shit was starting to happen. Celebrity guys fucking each other. They were in the back bedrooms, and it was like the inner sanctum. He states there were a lot of people at that party, female rappers, sex workers. They were already high on what seemed to be ketamine and GHB, basically roofies, to which the drug dealer alleges you could see 2 people you would not think would be hooking up. Rappers, that's what shocked me. I won't say names, but there were rappers that I immediately lost respect for and could never take seriously again. Which, like, what is that supposed to mean? But he continues, that's when I got the out of there.
This is a statement he made without any names mentioned?
Now, this could be a total lie, complete and utter lie, but he's claiming he was Diddy's drug dealer and he saw these freak-offs. So that's why I'm telling you, the word freak-offs, these parties are kind of merging. And then some people believe that all of Diddy's parties are freak-offs, that everyone that went to the white party should be burned at the stake. But then some people are saying, no, it's the after parties, like what this drug dealer is describing.
De la musique juste parfaite pour relaxer.
Très beau cocktail que ce nouvel album, un beau mélange de pop, de funk.
Tous les soirs, écoute Ici Musique en direct sur Radio-Canada Audio.
That's the problem. And then some people are saying, no, it's the encounters that he's forcing these people into, like Cassie, that are the freak-offs. So it's unclear. It could be all of the above. We don't know until the trial, I guess.
It's hard to say which is more off the hook, a Diddy party or a Diddy after party, or a Diddy after party, which is basically a pre-party for the next Diddy party.
There are a lot of allegations and lawsuits that women had attended his white parties and then they were essayed at those parties. But I don't know if those are freak-offs. So it's like terminology, I guess, at that point. And those lawsuits we will get into part 2. Now, he does note that he never saw Diddy himself partake in any sexual activity. But there seems to be a slightly different variation of freak-offs, like I said, from what Cassie is alleging. So in this episode, we're just going through Cassie's version of freak-offs and how they would be conducted. Tiffany Red also states that the only time that Cassie's music ever advanced, Diddy was ever willing to talk to Cassie about her business and her music, was if she participated in freak-offs. In fact, he would force her to listen to her demos and her songs during the freak-off, allegedly. He would play the songs that they're working on during the alleged freak-offs. Tiffany Red claims all these years, all those songs that we worked on, to find out all those years, I spent all this time writing these songs for him to my friend to them. Tiffany Red said, even his speech at the BET Awards, right? Cassie had moved on finally for the past 4 years.
Yeah, and also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
It's like harassment, she says. You're still fucking with her. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Another source says he tries to paint a picture of being this heartbroken man after Cassie left, but he's just a liar and an abuser. It feels like a threat, just like what happened when she did leave him. Cassie states in her lawsuit that in September 2018, she finally decides to leave Diddy. The two of them meet up at an Italian restaurant in Malibu where she confirms, yes, I'm serious, I'm done. Like, you can have all your stuff back, I'm over it. The dinner went okay. After dinner, he drops her off at her place, but instead of letting her leave, he allegedly forces himself into the apartment, tries to kiss her. She obviously tells him no because she's done, but instead of leaving, he allegedly forcibly takes off her clothes, unbuckles his belt, and proceeds to essay Cassie while she claims she repeatedly told him no and is trying to push him away. Soon after, Cassie leaves the apartment that he was paying for, leaves everything like the car that he paid for, and manages to get out of her Bad Boy Records contract. And coincidentally, a few months after she moved away, she gets doxxed. Her new address gets posted online, which leads to her feeling paranoid and terrified, rightfully so. But there is a question of, if this all happened in 2018, why is she just now, in the end of 2023, filing the lawsuit? The two, Cassie and Diddy, broke up in 2018 after a decade of dating, like I said. Cassie moves on, remarries her personal trainer, Alex Fine, in 2019, and it appears that he really helped her recover from not just the physical, emotional, mental trauma, but just everything. She was also had an unhealthy relationship with drugs and alcohol because of how Diddy would push them onto her, allegedly. She said it was established and fueled by Mr. Combs. They would briefly help ease the pain. Even afterwards, she would have these horrific nightmares of the freak-off. She had difficulty sleeping and eating. She starts having thoughts of self-exiting. It's not until she ends up having 2 daughters that she feels like she, quote, was safe from the trauma that had consumed over a decade of her life. Cassie went to rehab to deal with the repercussions of her time with Diddy, and she said that being a mom gave her a renewed purpose. And in 2023, Cassie sues him thanks to the New York Adult Survivors Act, which essentially created this look-back window. Adult survivors could file civil lawsuits against their abusers, so not criminal lawsuits, like civil lawsuits, regardless of when the abuse occurred, and if the statute of limitations for the civil lawsuits was over.
Is this a new law in New York, or?
It was a 1-year window that gave so it's because a lot of people need a lot of time to even come to terms with what happened, and we would hope that now is a lot more accepting of an environment for survivors, even though we still have a long ways to go.
How is that only 1-year window?
That's what I'm saying, yeah, but it was a 1-year window for people to sue their abusers and seek that justice that they might finally be strong enough to look for. And in that 1-year window, over 3,000 lawsuits were filed under the act, including Cassie Ventura's, which Diddy is arguing is false, 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 false. It's a money grab. Diddy's team, in essence, their argument boils down to Cassie is a cheater. She cheated on Diddy, and she willingly participated in those freak-offs, but now she's upset and wants to get more money out of Diddy, basically alleging her of orchestrating a shakedown to get this money. His attorney, Ben Braffman, says, for the past 6 months, Mr. Combe has been subjected to Ms. Ventura's persistent demand of $30 million under the threat of writing a damaging book about their relationship, which was unequivocally rejected as blatant blackmail. Despite withdrawing her initial threat, Ms. Ventura has now resorted to filing a lawsuit riddled with baseless and outrageous lies, aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs' reputation and seek a payday. To which Cassie's attorney responded, but you already offered her 8 figures to prevent her from filing this lawsuit, which we rejected.
What? So Cassie said that he tried to pay her 8 figures and she's rejected that.
Her attorney stated.
Wow.
The public arguments are over after these statements because within a business day, 24 hours, Cassie and Diddy settle for an undisclosed amount. There's a number circulating that she settled for $30 million, but that seems to be taken from a statement Diddy's attorney made where Cassie allegedly demanded $30 million or else she would write a book. She could have settled for $30 million. Honestly, I hope a lot more because he's worth $1 billion.
Wait, so she filed this lawsuit. A day later, she withdrew it?
No,
or
they settled.
They settled, right.
Yes.
So we're still able to access the lawsuit?
Yes. So I would say him settling is not an admission of guilt.
Yeah.
However, it's very beneficial for him to settle. It's not beneficial for her to settle unless she doesn't want this in the news for her family. She doesn't want to keep going down this fight because it's a long fight. But for him, it's very beneficial because once you go into discovery, more things are going to come out into the open. Evidence has to be brought up.
Yeah. Will this be mentioned during next year's trial? Or?
Yes, because she settled in a civil lawsuit where likely they signed an airtight NDA where they cannot mention each other or talk about each other or wage any other public accusations against each other. However, in a criminal lawsuit, she can be called to testify. That does not bar her from testifying or working with federal investigators.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's good. Now, she could have settled for $30 million. I hope a lot more, but the exact amount has not been disclosed to the public. Cassie released a statement after the settlement stating, "I have decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control." And again, I think it's just so much trauma to go through. And of course, Diddy's attorneys are going to be slinging dirt at everybody. It's just rough. She says, "I want to thank my family, fans, and lawyers for their unwavering support." Diddy releases his own statement. "We have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best. Love." His attorney also butts in and says, "Just so we're clear, a decision to settle a lawsuit, especially in 2023, is in no way of admission of wrongdoing. Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat-out denial of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Miss Ventura the best." Now, again, it's very interesting because netizens state, for Cassie, it's very understandable why she would settle. She got her truth out there. She's warning other women, and now she doesn't have to go through this whole process that's going to take so much of her life, take so much money. She's going to have so many problems to deal with. This could be the best way for her to heal. Now, for Diddy, people are saying, why would you settle if you're not guilty? Even though technically, legally, it's just a little weird. It's just weird, buddy. Now, the lawsuit is filed November 16th, and they settle the day after. And for a while, everybody stays a bit quieter because it's unclear what any of that really means. I will say most people are thankfully on Cassie's side, but a good chunk, they just want to reserve their opinions for later. Until another lawsuit hits Diddy. Then another. In total, 11 lawsuits would hit Diddy back to back.
After Cassie's lawsuit.
Yes. And then he will be hit with that federal raid on his houses, on both of his homes in March 2024 for an investigation into sex trafficking. Now the questions are open again. What the hell is going on? And none of Diddy's attorney's comments are even making sense. I will say a lot of the serious allegations do briefly get overshadowed by the baby oil memes, which Diddy's attorney doesn't really make it any better. Diddy's attorney has tried to argue about the copious, unfathomable, frankly bizarre amounts of baby oil in his possession. He's got a big house. Americans, as we know, buy in bulk. There's a Costco down the street. I mean, this is what consensual adults doing what consensual adults do. We can't get so puritanical in this country to think that somehow sex is a bad thing, because if it was, there would be no more people. He says it wasn't 1,000 baby bottle oils, but it was a lot, and I'm not sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
He has a big house. He buys in bulk. I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home.
Which Costco responded to this statement stating, "We do not sell baby oil in any of our U.S. locations. Keep our name out your mouth."
That's crazy.
Basically. Yeah, even
they don't sell baby oils?
No, not in the U.S.
What?
Even Costco wants nothing to do with Diddy, to which people have responded, "I don't think anyone questioned where he was getting the baby oil. His lawyer is so unserious. Diddy is all lubed up and slipping through the bars in his cell. His lawyer is trying to get Diddy a Costco commercial at this point." Now, side note, the cost of baby oil, like we said, is probably like $10,000 for 1,000 bottles, but it's going to cost Diddy a lot more. Cassie alleges in her lawsuit that Diddy would instruct her to pour excessive amounts of oil all over herself. And once, in a 2013 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel in New York City, he was charged tens of thousands of dollars in damages by the hotel after an FO. It's unclear if it's a direct cause of the baby oil, but I'm sure baby oil is not easy to clean. But perhaps it is, I don't know, because for months, nothing happens to Diddy. He gets sued in November 2023. His homes are raided March 2024. He will not get arrested until September 2024. For 5 months, he is free, and he is showing off that freedom. He posts videos of himself standing by the ocean, staring down a tropical storm. His arms are outstretched to a pastor's voice saying, "Not hysterical, not frantic, not anxious, not fretful, but steady in the storm."
I'm free as a motherfucker.
He also goes whitewater rafting with his friends, and it seems like he's living the life, because at this point, his lawsuit is settled, the feds raided his house and have nothing. That means maybe they have nothing on him. He's free to go on his yachts, go on his plane, and he's always denied the allegations against him. If he really were that bad, he would have been arrested, right? And of course, naturally, people just want to hate on Cassie, believing that her lawsuit was a money grab. One netizen comments, "She had the option to leave. She participated in her own misery. If a man puts his hands on you, just go," which is insane. Another comment reads, "She knew about all the freak-offs and didn't say anything for over a decade." Someone else comments, some women are willing to endure abuse for money. If she could do it all over again and get the money, I believe she would still be with Puff. She left Ryan Leslie, a handsome musical genius, for Diddy. Such a gold digger move. Not sure why she gets so much sympathy. She outed him for money, not justice.
Wow.
Another comment reads, some women pretend to be into all that freaky stuff to keep a man. She was always receiving money, gifts, and a lifestyle most people will never live. She decided at the time it was a good idea, and then she grew up and realized how nasty the whole thing was and wanted out. I don't think Diddy made her do something she didn't want to do at the time. It was fun until it wasn't. Some allege that she might have put her hands on him first because, quote, some women like to do that. They like to put their hands on a man just to see what that man will do. Insinuating that Cassie was violent first. What on earth is going on right now? Thankfully, this is the smaller group of netizens, but there's also a guy named Boozy, and he's a rapper, but I think he's just a certified hater. He states this about Cassie and the Freak-Offs. Either she was traumatized by what she went through, she was sick and she was hurt, or she loved every minute of it.
Either she was traumatized, she was sick and hurt, or she loved every minute of it.
What kind of... A lot of comments point out, aside from her getting a settlement, which... What's wrong with that? Okay, they comment, he never planned music for her. It's like he signed her just to date her. He had bad intentions from the get-go because he mentioned that the world would love her music, but she barely got to create music and music videos. They also state that there's a lot of people backing Cassie's story. Cassie's alleged former makeup artist has since gone on to CNN to allege that she was privy to an incident in 2010 where Diddy beat Cassie in a hotel room. She remembers being so scared. She starts packing Cassie's things, gets her out of there, brings her to her home, but they were too scared to call the police. Roger Bonds, who claims to be a former bodyguard for Diddy, that he was also listed in the lawsuit, states that he believes Cassie 1,000%. He alleges he himself has seen Diddy put his hands on Cassie. He states, quote, if Cassie was talking to somebody else, he would lose his mind. He also confirmed sometimes he would just leave her places and not come back for her. Like, remember she alleged he would just leave her in New York City, just stop on the side of the road after beating her and then push her out the car? In addition to that, he alleges everybody was afraid of Puff. A lot of people knew what was going on, but nobody said anything. Nobody said nothing. I'm glad she's speaking her truth. I hope she gets justice. But the most detailed corroborating evidence is actually from another lawsuit filed by Dawn Richards, former Danity Kane member who was managed by Diddy. It's a group that Diddy formed. There were lots of allegations in her lawsuit that we're going to get to in part 3, but the ones pertaining to Cassie said she saw Diddy beating, choking, punching, slapping, and throwing things at Cassie. She said one time she saw Cassie making eggs for him for breakfast. Diddy comes barreling down the stairs, pissed off, high on drugs, or at least he looked like he was high on drugs, according to Dawn's version of events. She claims he starts screaming, I've been asking you for my shit. I can't stand you. You never do anything right. She claims he pushes Cassie against the wall, starts choking her before picking up the scalding hot pan of eggs and throwing it at her, causing her to fall into the ground into a fetal position. Diddy isn't done though. He keeps cursing at Cassie and allegedly dragging her up the stairs. Another incident, she allegedly saw Diddy attack Cassie in a van, grabbing her by the neck, dragging her out of the van into the grass, choking her while yelling, you're gonna get fucked up today. Dawn's lawsuit states, in another instance, Mr. Combs punched Miss Ventura in the face in the bathroom of a party in LA. Frequently, when Miss Ventura attempted to voice an opinion or stand up to Mr. Combs, he would strike her or wrap his hands around her throat and choke her. She also alleges that they would be out to dinner with other high-profile celebrity guests. She names them in the lawsuit. She once saw Diddy hiss at Cassie at the dinner table and forcibly punch her in the stomach so hard she doubled over and started crying. One of the other women escorted Cassie out of the restaurant, and Diddy stayed to keep socializing. According to the lawsuit, whenever Dawn tried to step up and help or de-escalate, Diddy would threaten Dawn, saying, allegedly, he would say, this is normal. This was just a lover's argument. This is what love is. I'm giving you an opportunity. If you want to make it, shut your mouth. If you say anything, there will be consequences. Y'all bitches don't get in my relationship. Don't tell my bitch what she needs to be doing. Just make money and shut the fuck up. I end artists. I shelve careers. You could go missing. You want to die today? You want to die today? I make N-words go missing. I end people.
That is crazy. So he's blatantly doing this in front of every single person.
Yeah.
And nobody even dare to go against him. That's how powerful he is.
Yeah, I see a lot of people like ripping apart people for not coming forward until Cassie came forward. And I don't know. What are your thoughts on it? I see people ripping them apart. I see other people arguing with them saying, you just don't get it. Like, it's not, people aren't believed anyway to begin with. And to go up against Diddy is just the amount of funds he has.
Yeah.
In 2019, a former on and off girlfriend of Diddy's, Gina, goes onto a podcast with Tasha T, where she alleges just a lot of things took place between her and Diddy.
Wait, when was this?
2019.
Oh, right after.
Yes, but this whole podcast basically gets ignored, kind of buried, honestly. This is 4 years before Cassie's lawsuit comes out. She says she met Diddy when she was 21, 22. She's been seeing Diddy for the past 6 years while he's been with Cassie. He's double her age at this point, but they start dating. And according to the timeline, Gina starts dating Diddy around the time that he's dating Cassie. She even alleges in the interview that Cassie did reach out to her a few times to tell her to leave Diddy alone. But she states that Cassie was always nice, never called her any names or anything. She even states in the interview that the last time she spoke with Cassie, Cassie reached out to her and she said, she called me at 4 in the morning. Cassie did, and was like, hey, I just had a dream and I just wanted to call you and tell you I don't hate you. I don't have bad blood. I don't have anything towards you or anything like that. Which, side note, a lot of people think that Cassie telling her to leave Diddy alone wasn't like, leave my man alone, but rather leave, get out, go, like get help before it's too late. Gina meets him February of 2014, allegedly gets pregnant in October of 2014, in which she alleges that she confides in him and he just assumes, well, you're going to get an abortion, right? She states she tells him she's not sure exactly what she wants to do, and he offers her $50,000 to terminate, which, if true, I'm sure was incredibly insulting considering Gina states she did terminate, but she turned down the money. She said, I just loved him. I was just trying to prove to him that I'm not that girl that wanted the money. I just cared about him. She explains, and I just wanted him to be nice to me. It was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me. She later alleges on the podcast, the first few months he was really nice, and then after he started being an asshole. Like, I would say the first 3.5 years he was mean to me. When you say mean, could you describe it? Tasha T is asking her. He was abusive. He was always belittling me. He was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me. Tell me some of the things that he would say to you. He would always compare me to Cassie, tell me that I'm the bad one, she's the good one. And he was with both of you guys at the same time. Yeah, at one point I was like breaking out really bad with acne, and he would be like, he said this a few times. He would be like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their faces. He would call me names. He would call me a hoe every single day. I was naive and young when I met him, so I felt like he tried to take advantage of that and manipulate me and made me feel low about myself. So obviously, you terminated baby one because you loved him. How long after dating did the physical abuse start? The first time it happened, which was not even that long into the relationship, we started dating beginning of February. It was probably beginning of May because we were at Meek Mill's birthday party. It was like a mansion party, and we went. She explains that she's sitting down. On her right is Diddy, and on Diddy's right is Meek Mill. But she says, I was covered with like a stand or something, like probably says happy birthday Meek or something like that. And the stand was covering me because there was a lot of cameras and stuff there. So it's like me, Puff, and Meek. So he's publicly dating Cassie. So this stand is kind of covering her.
They put a little stand to cover her.
It seems like
in front of her.
It seems like it. It's the insinuation. So she's sitting there, Diddy's sitting next to her, and then Meek is sitting next to Diddy. And Puff had leaned forward to talk to someone, say hi or whatever. So I turned over to Meek to say happy birthday. He put out his hand. I reached over to take his hand and shake it. As I shook Meek's hand, Puff turned around, saw it. He got so mad. We probably stayed 20 minutes after that happened. And when we got in the car, he like grabbed my hair and cussed me out for doing that. He was like, why the f*** are you shaking his hand for? I was just like, I'm saying happy birthday. So it was like a jealous rage. I think he thought I was trying to be sneaky behind his back because like I reached over when he leaned forward to talk to someone, so he thought I was trying to be sneaky. And
The dude is like this level of fame and success and that insecure about everything. Wow, so pathetic.
Yeah, exactly. And the interviewer is asking, and you were how old at this time? He's like double her age. She says I was 22 probably. So when we get to the hotel, it gets worse. he like took one of my heels and tried to throw it at me. He like mushed my face really hard, made my nose bleed. And every time, we get into fights like that, which, side note, if this allegation is true, that is not a fight. That's a one-sided domestic battery charge. That's not a fight. She says, the only person that ever tried to help me was D-Rock, who is, I believe, a famous musician. Everyone else just allowed it to happen and just like looked the other way. So the rest of everyone, they would just watch. Well, not like watch, just like kind of walk away and just leave us alone and not really step in to stop it. Now, what made you stay? Because obviously there's baby number 2, because she claims that she had 2 pregnancies he made her terminate. Because I just thought that he was only being like that because he loved me. And she starts crying in this portion. And she says, I grew up watching my mom get beat by my dad. That's all I knew. So I just thought it was normal. I just thought it meant he loved me. Okay, let's talk about baby number 2. When did baby 2 come? Last year, August 2018. So this is 6 years of them being together at this point. She says, mind you, it wasn't my fault that I got pregnant because I have like this period app and it tells me when I'm ovulating and stuff. So I told him that I'm ovulating, so don't do it. And he just did it anyways. And then I got pregnant and he was like, okay, then just get a termination. He didn't even hesitate. She says, but by this time it was harder for me because I'd been with him for so long and I was like really in love. Part of me wanted to keep it, but he didn't. And I had only agreed to terminating because he told me to. And he took me to Turks and Caicos a couple days later before the termination. So right before the termination, he takes her to Turks and Caicos. And during that time, he was just giving me like alcoholic drinks to drink. And I was like, I'm not that comfortable. And he was just like, you're going to get an abortion anyway. He was kind of being distant towards me the whole trip anyway. She alleges that they come home from their trip on Sunday and the plan was to get the termination on Monday. She says when they get back on Sunday, quote, he had left me to go meet up with Cassie. So he just kind of like left me there for like half the day. And I was like, how are you going to leave me when you want me to do this thing tomorrow? He was obviously just making excuses on why he had to go. So because he left on Sunday, I was like, I'm not doing it tomorrow though. I'm not going to terminate tomorrow. I just need some time to think about it. So I told him that I just need time to think about it. And he was like, well, then you can't leave my house. Like just being mean to me. He was like, I did this and this and this for you. And you told me you were going to do this and now you're not doing it anymore. Like you can't get out of my house. She states she got the termination, but quote, not only that, I had to go home 2 days later because he had to go on a trip to Burning Man. So I had to go through that, and he went to Burning Man, and he just left me f***ed up, and he didn't even, and you don't get cell service in Burning Man because it's a desert, so I couldn't even get a hold of him. His texts weren't even coming through. I was just at home by myself, just f***ed up in the head, and he didn't even care. Like, it was just me. If he had to do something that traumatic for me, I wouldn't just leave him and go on a trip.
This is on a public interview?
Yeah.
And people didn't care when that happened.
She also talks about another time Diddy was abusive, and she says, the other time was when he caught me texting another man. It was in Miami. It got really crazy at that time. We were upstairs. We were in his closet, and he pushed me, and I fell to the ground. He stood over me, so I was like laying on my back. He stood over me, and he started punching me on the sides of my head, like just on both sides, she describes. And I was just like covering my face. After he got done doing that, because he was like standing over me, he like stomped on my stomach really hard. It took the wind out of my breath. I couldn't breathe, but he kept hitting me. I was like pleading with him, can you stop? Can you stop? I can't breathe. He stopped for a little bit, then he grabbed my hair from the back and was punching the back of my head. And he was just avoiding my face when he was hitting me. The next big fight we got into at that point, I was fighting back because I had just had enough of his shit. And he kept pushing my buttons, and I was just trying to calm the situation down before it got worse. And he kept pushing me and pushing me. I left his bedroom and went to his guest house because he has like a separate guest house. Now, side note, again, if the allegations here are true, she states the guest house has a meditation room, which is just, people think it's ironic. He followed me there, and he continued talking shit to me, and I just got to the point where I was just so angry, and I took a bottle of De Leon tequila, smashed it on the ground, and he was like, you did that at my house with my kids here? I ran out of the meditation room. He chased after me, pushed me onto the ground outside, took my hair, and was dragging me across the grass with my hair. After that, a couple hours later, it was the weekend, so we had people coming over, and he just acted like nothing happened. He was dancing, laughing, talking to me like we didn't just get into a physical fight. It was always a push and pull with him. He wanted to pull me close to him and push me away at the same time, which confused me, and it just hurts. She also alleges that he was cheating quite a bit throughout all of this. He would just tell her that it's just her and Cassie, but she always found him texting other people. She claims that his nanny even texted him naked photos, or Or at least that's what she claims she found. Unclear if the photos were coerced or not, but even so, very alarming considering the power dynamic, right? But I digress. She finds pictures of the nanny naked on his phone, according to her allegations, and she claims that he doesn't even feel guilty or ashamed. He just says, well, what do you expect? You're f***ing with a superstar. She also claims that he once hit her in front of her child. So she has a child from a previous relationship. Her daughter was 3 years old at the time. But she states he never abuses women in front of his children because he doesn't want them to see him like that.
Really?
That's the allegation. But it does seem kind of to track. In Cassie's lawsuit 4 years later, she alleges that once she was, quote, healing and being trapped in Diddy's LA house to heal from her injuries that he gave her, he FaceTimes her because he's out of town and instructs her, quote, you got to go up and put more makeup on. My son can't see you like that. Because I guess her bruising was showing. These are the allegations that Gina put forth on a podcast in 2019. Many netizens think that the whole story got buried by Diddy, and soon after the podcast, I think a lot of people didn't take it as seriously because she goes back to Diddy, which started some online drama between her and Young Miami of City Girls, who was reportedly dating Diddy at the time. Gina would later write on social media, he's just a really good longtime friend of mine, nothing more, nothing less. Like, I just want him to be happy because, like, he did bless me in a lot of ways, and I'm always going to be forever grateful and respect him. Which, just to clarify, this is not to say that what she said was not the truth, which I'm not saying it is or not. These are her allegations. I'm just stating that two things can be true at the same time. She could have been physically, mentally, emotionally abused, and she could have still gone back to Diddy. Like, it's not, yeah. So all of these things, people are bringing it up because there's a small group of unhinged people being like, Cassie just wants money. But people are like, well, actually, the signs were there. Like, look at all these things. But it's not until CNN posts hotel surveillance footage that people realize Cassie was likely telling the truth the whole time about everything, and there's probably a lot more that we don't know. The footage is from 2016 at an Intercontinental Hotel in LA. In the security footage of the hotel hallway, you see Cassie quickly walking out of the hotel room. She's wearing this big oversized hoodie, she's barefoot, and she's holding a bunch of things in her arms, and it's clear that she's in a rush to leave. She quickly walks towards the elevators, but seconds later, Diddy comes running out of the room with nothing but a towel around his waist. He runs out down the hallway, grabs her by the back of her hood, throws her onto the ground, and starts kicking her. Cassie is just laying on the floor while he kicks her, and she's in a fetal position. Diddy grabs the back of her hood and starts dragging her back towards the hotel. He also grabs her bags that were dropped, and it appears that Cassie is crying out for help. Perhaps worried that someone would investigate, he lets Cassie go but takes all of her belongings into the hotel room. She goes back to the elevator to try and get the elevator, but he comes back, shoves her down, and throws a vase at her from a nearby table, like a glass vase.
And then, did she leave or?
She does end up leaving, and it is exactly as she has it listed in her lawsuit. So the lawsuit comes out in November of 2023. The footage is released in 2024. So people are like, she literally details this assault exactly like the footage.
So how is the footage not came out in 2016?
He paid the hotel security worker $50,000 in cash, allegedly.
To not post it?
Yes.
But
and not
still
call the police. I think that he gave Diddy a copy. I don't know who else has copies. I imagine if someone like that is willing to take $50,000 to not release it or call the police, he probably took a copy of his own. So who knows how many copies
the
are truly
hotel
out there.
has it still, right? He probably still had it.
Okay, the hotel was owned by a big hotel company, and they state that that hotel is no longer under their management, and they don't have any files from them. So they're saying we didn't leak this in 2024. So
this was leaked by somebody.
It's unclear how CNN got this footage, and this becomes a whole thing because Diddy's attorneys are later going to allege that the government gave it to CNN. It's a whole thing. But it is exactly as Cassie has it listed in her lawsuit. She explains what happens afterwards, even though it's not captured on footage, or at least the released footage. Her attorney states, Cassie managed to get into the elevator, and when she got to the lobby, quickly took a cab to her apartment. Upon realizing that her running away would cause Mr. Combs to be even angrier with her, and completely stuck in this vicious cycle of abuse, Ms. Ventura returned to the hotel with the intention of apologizing for running away from her abuser. The lawsuit states in or around March 2016, during that FO at the Intercontinental Hotel Century City, LA, Mr. Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye. After he fell asleep, she tried to leave the hotel room. As she exited, he woke up and began screaming at her. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. He grabbed at her and then took the glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her, causing glass to crash around them as she ran to escape in the elevator. So I feel like the lawsuit doesn't even really describe it, how bad it is. I'm not saying it's intentionally downplayed, but it almost downplays it compared to the footage. So think about everything else that's downplayed.
Exactly.
So with the video being released, Cassie's attorney made a statement stating, "The gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light." Once this footage is leaked, all these other clips start going viral. I think people are trying to see if they could have seen the clues. The Met Gala interview from 2015 has gone viral. And at the time, nobody really noticed, but Diddy and Cassie are being interviewed by Andre Talley, and she walks up to shake his hand. Diddy gives her the most insane death glare and then very aggressively wraps his arm around her waist and pulls her in. And her whole body seems to tense. He does not seem happy at all during the interview and even puts his hand on the interviewer's shoulder in a comforting way, but it feels slightly threatening in hindsight. One netizen comments, "He snatched her waist, and I also saw the way he looked at her. This is pure control. If she stayed with him any longer, she might not be alive to tell anyone or file a civil lawsuit." The look he gave her for even shaking another man's hand, Diddy is going to have plenty of more women coming out of the woodwork. He's a monster. Then in 2017, they're back at the Met Gala. They're interviewed by Andre again. And it appears that she's reaching her hand out to shake his hand, but pulls back awkwardly while he appreciates her dress. She seems incredibly reserved this time. Like she doesn't even want anyone to focus on her or her dress. And in comparison to the last Met Gala, where she approached Andre, shook his hand, this time she just waits in the back for Diddy to almost let her walk up and show off her dress.
Working man in showbiz. Is this your avant-garde moment?
Yeah. This is it. This is fearlessness.
The next Met Gala clip that goes viral is the next year, 2018. The year they break up. The theme is heavenly bodies, fashion, and the Catholic imagination. So Liza Koshy was asking each attendee the same question. Is there anything you'd like to confess tonight? Playing into the theme. But when she asks Cassie, a lot of netizens have pointed out, Diddy gives her a death glare once again. She stammers for about half a second before putting her hands into a prayer and saying, "I keep everything here, right here, or right here." And she points at herself and Diddy.
She says she keep everything right here between him and her and Diddy?
Yeah, or like her and prayers, God, I guess. But it's just the way that Diddy looks at her when they ask this question and the way that she it seems that she appears nervous and stressed about the question.
Confess tonight before you go in. Everything right here. Or right here. There you go.
One comment reads, when she asks Cassie if there's anything she wants to confess, Diddy is giving Cassie the death stare and Cassie hesitates, as if she's afraid to respond with the wrong thing. It's sad to see that she was that scared. Others have pointed out that Diddy is standing there in all white with crosses on while she's going through the most demonic shit. Even after the breakup went public, Diddy posts on Instagram a screenshot of the Michael Jackson song, "The Lady in My Life," and he captions it, "If anyone sees Cassie this weekend, please tell her to listen to this song 100 times. Now, some people believe, there are theories that maybe this was a song played during freak-offs or something that's not actually meaningful. Notable lyrics include 2 hearts and a beat of ecstasy, come to me girl and I will keep you warm, stay with me, I want you to stay with me, I need you by my side, don't you go nowhere." Even after everything he did to her, he still has the audacity to publicly try to do this and talk to her. It feels like a threat. Another friend of Cassie's comes out to state that Diddy gave Cassie a black eye the night before her Perfect movie premiere in 2016, where she's the main female lead, which has everyone digging up those clips again. And in an interview at the premiere for that movie, an interviewer makes this kind of normal statement where she says, "You and Terrence, your your co-star, the male lead, the love interest in the movie, I mean, you guys were definitely believable."
No, we're friends at the end of the day. And that is very awkward when you're just friends with somebody.
Netizens have commented that you can see bruising on her face while she's answering these questions. It's unclear if it's the lighting or if there are bruises there, but others have also pointed out how she answered the question by the interviewer. They think it's just odd. Now, side note, in another interview, Cassie talks about how Terrence, her co-star, was nervous for their slightly scene in the movie because, quote, he was super nervous because he knows Puff, and I think they had a conversation, and Puff was just like, make it believable. You know, it's awkward as hell when you're not in love with somebody and you have to do something like that. The interviewer jokes that perhaps Terrence messed up the scene on purpose so he could redo it all over again, and to which Cassie's co-star, another female guest that was on this podcast, she responds, "Don't get Terrence hurt now." And I think it was all a joke, but it's all people are bringing up in hindsight. A lot of netizens have also pointed out that it's kind of strange that Cassie has to keep mentioning to the world that it's uncomfortable doing these scenes with someone you're not in love with. I mean, that's acting. It's nothing new. Yeah. Some believe it's a reference to the freak-offs that she did not want. Like, you don't want to do this with people you're not in love with. Others believe it's her desperately trying to tame the very violent, very jealous Diddy because she's scared for her safety. Or maybe even Terrence's safety and his car. In another interview for the same movie, which was released a year or two before their final breakup, the interviewer asks her if she thinks it's okay to keep a relationship a secret.
I mean, it depends on where the relationship goes. If it's something that you didn't want to share and it's your secret, it's your secret. I do believe in karma if you're hurting people, but...
In another interview about the same movie, she's asked about how she feels about Diddy being at the premiere, watching her and Terrence because they have scenes. They say, your boyfriend's going to sit down next to you and you and Terrence are... What does that feel like?
It's work. It feels, I mean, obviously there's a little bit of anxiety with that, but Terrence is a good friend of mine, and, you know, Puff has been so understanding with everything, so it's good.
But people have said it feels a little odd in hindsight. Not that the interviewer's question was odd, but just in hindsight of Diddy watching the freak-offs and the same thing with the movie. She's asked about her boyfriend Diddy as well. You know, what makes you guys work? She responds, I think that what makes any relationship work, if it's working, you know, just not talking about it too much, just keeping it close to your heart.
That feels like has a lot of dual meanings.
Yes. Because people are saying, if it's working, not talking too much. Others have just pointed to another interview to show how much power Diddy has in the industry. The interviewer says, I mean, look, there's no way around it. You're Diddy's girlfriend. He's a marquee name. He's one of the richest guys in our culture, hip-hop. Richest guy in the world, honestly, one of them. And I'm sure you being your own person, it's pretty hard to navigate a relationship with someone like Diddy. Cassie does state it's hard because nobody associates her with music anymore, but more so just Diddy's girlfriend. But she still has that core group of fans that are just asking for more and more music, and it's difficult because, you know, she loves music and she's working on it. People have also taken apart a video Cassie uploaded, a music video released 1 year before their breakup. It's titled Cassie, a short film where she alludes to a toxic relationship, and she says he's like an aggravating high, like the high you want to go away, but you never want to go away. It creeps up on you, has you do some crazy shit that you would never do, and then it leaves you in the middle of the night. In it, she has a line that says, I just want to be free. And in the end of the short film, she drives off from the toxic relationship by herself, and she's standing in the desert with her arms outstretched, to which people allude and think it's her spreading her wings. She does state in an interview that this short film was really important for her because she was involved in every creative aspect of it. Furthermore, because hindsight is 2020 and eye-opening, a lot of people have pointed to the fact that it's crazy how nobody knew what was going on behind closed doors, because after their final breakup, there was a whole TV segment on whether or not Cassie should go back to Diddy. People were commenting about how they break up every single year and it seems like Cassie is just really looking for that ring. She wants to get married. They also state that Diddy is posting on Instagram about how much he wants her back and it's so romantic. Again, they clearly don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but a lot of people have pointed out just to say, we truly don't know the private lives of these celebrities. Even other celebrities don't know sometimes. But all these clips start getting brought back up and making its rounds online. Oh, along with a picture that has been circulating that's rumored to be Cassie wearing sunglasses, and she has a busted forehead, busted lip. This is while she's dating Diddy, but she said that Dubai was crazy, like her trip to Dubai was crazy. And it was quickly deleted from her Instagram.
What does that mean, Dubai is crazy?
I think she was insinuating she tripped and got hurt, or it was just so crazy she was drunk and... she was having too much fun. But a lot of people think that it was the abuse. And this was her way of trying to maybe even test the waters and hope that people would be like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, is she being hit or something? Now, all these clips, they start being brought back up and making its rounds online, including the interrogation of Jonathan Odie, the man from the Trump Hotel who claims to have been a for Diddy because he was saying everything about the freak-offs before Cassie's lawsuit.
Who is this guy?
He is a stalker. It seems that a lot of netizens believe he has association with Diddy and Cassie. He likely was a worker that engaged in the freak-offs. He likely was paid off. Some people think that maybe he tried to blackmail Diddy for money. Some people think that Diddy hired PIs to follow him. And it just kick-started this paranoia in probably an already slightly unwell mind. And it spiraled into him creating all these crazy conspiracies to make sense of everything.
Okay.
And I'm sure the drug usage didn't help. Many netizens believe that he was telling the truth. They comment, 2018, this man is crazy. 2024, wow, he was telling the truth. Another comments, this is why I don't write people off as crazy immediately. This guy had no reason to lie, and his story from 6 years ago is consistent with what we're hearing today. Another reads, this is why I get mad when people ask victims, why did you wait until now to say something? People have been saying something for many years and they were called crazy, ignored, not believed, and nothing was done about it. That man has gotten away with destruction for years because of this. I believe every word Jonathan has said. Some just comment, what if those bottles of baby oil are laced with liquid cocaine? Others state, yeah, he might have been saying some unhinged things about like the government and stuff, but who knows if that's even true, right? Maybe. But some parts must be true, and perhaps he lost his mind because of the incidents involving Diddy. I don't think he's a nutbag. I think he went into a state of psychosis triggered by drugs, and he was paranoid because of Puff Daddy's handlers were following him, harassing him, and threatening him. Others don't believe a single thing Jonathan says. They say lies on top of lies on top of lies. Diddy does officially come out to respond to the hotel footage that was revealed by CNN. He states now in a since-deleted Instagram video, remember, this man goes from, these are baseless, outrageous lies, to,
it's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you gotta do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. Disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. Got to go into therapy, go into rehab. Had asked God for his mercy and grace.
which a source who knows Diddy says about his comment about hitting rock bottom. Rock bottom must be his personality. I've never not seen this person. Netizens have commented, he did not hit rock bottom. He hit Cassie repeatedly until she was a shell of a woman. Other comments read, if he's this brazen and brutal in a hotel hallway, just imagine how evil he is behind closed doors. I'm more scared of what hasn't been caught on camera. When someone says, why didn't you leave? Remember this video. Cassie was leaving, or at least she was trying to. The fact that the hotel security accepted a $50,000 payoff to hand the footage over to the abuser instead of calling the police to attempt to help this woman is disturbing and disgraceful. Others just point out, wait, weeks ago he said the accusers were liars and now this video gets dropped and he takes full responsibility. Others just ominously write, you can apologize and you can repent, but the crime you committed, you still have to pay for it. Additionally, in a since taken down Instagram post, Misa Hilton, one of the mothers of Diddy's children, she's the mother of 30-year-old Justin Combs. She's actually known Diddy since she was a teenager. Yeah, she addresses the footage. She says, I am heartbroken that Cassie must relive the horror of her abuse, and my heart goes out to her. I know exactly how she feels, and through my empathy, it has triggered my own trauma. He needs help, and I am praying that he truly does the personal work and receives it. Some netizens thought the statement was interesting. It seems like she's being careful with her words to not land herself in legal trouble, but netizens have also pointed out the fact that she said she's reliving her own trauma. Is that trauma that she had with other people or with Diddy? He needs to work on himself. Some interpret it as he needs to learn and grow from this, which could be interpreted as casual downplaying of a violent incident, or it could mean like lock him up in a psych ward. He needs help. Like we got to do something. Tiffany Red, the friend who corroborated Cassie's version of events the night of the 29th birthday, states to Diddy, "Your abuse of power has inflicted ongoing harm on countless individuals, including myself, my friends, and my peers. You are a literal pillar in black music. So many of us looked up to you. This moment hurts for us too, but no one deserves to endure all of this. It's not right. You're hurting the very black and brown people you say you love and support. It pains me to write this letter to you, Diddy, as a black woman, but when will this cycle of abuse stop? It has to stop." Cassie's attorney states, Combs' most recent statement is more about himself than the many people he has hurt. When Cassie and multiple other people have come forward, he denied everything and suggested that his victims were looking for a payday. Then, he was only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false, and that shows his pathetic desperation, and no one will be swayed by his disingenuous words.
The Tiffany Red's message to Diddy, is that like you say she wrote a letter?
An open letter to Rolling Stone, because at that point, there were some people that were not really believing Cassie, or believing, yeah, well, you're only saying that now because you want money.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and Tiffany Red said she's scared for her life. Yeah.
When she wrote that.
When she wrote that, she also stated that in some of the lawsuit verbiage, it's very clear that Tiffany Red is the friend that's cooperating for Cassie. So it seems like she actually went public also for safety.
Right. So just so everyone knows that she's also a target, could be.
She said she doesn't go outside now. She's stopped making music. I mean, this has completely ruined her life. Yeah. Cassie has also made her only public statement since her lawsuit about the matter. She writes, "The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I'm better today, but I will always be recovering from my past. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in. I offer my hand to those who are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. The healing journey is never ending, but this support means everything to me. Thank you. Love always, Cassie." Her husband, Alex Fine, posted to Instagram, "A letter to women and children. Men who hit women aren't men. Men who enable it and protect those aren't men. As men, violence against women shouldn't be inevitable. Check your brothers, your friends, and your family. Our daughters, sisters, mothers, and wives should feel protected and loved. Hold the woman in your life with the utmost regard. Men who hurt women hate women. To all the survivors, find the men and women who help and love. To all the survivors, your stories are real and people believe you. To all the survivors, you are not alone. And there are men and women who care only for your well-being and safety. We want you to succeed and flourish. To all the women and children, I'm sorry you live in a world where you're not protected and you don't feel equal. I want to raise my daughters in a world where they are safe and loved. To the abusers, you're done. You're not safe anymore. You're not protected anymore. The men by your side are just as weak. You're so miserable with yourself that death would be considered a kindness." Some netizens think that Diddy should have seen this coming because Cassie told him in a song exactly what she planned on doing. In her song, Love a Loser, which she states she helped write, the lyrics read, "I'd rather lose a lover than love a loser. Everything you did, I couldn't do it to you. Got my vision clear, so now I'm seeing through you. Writing you a letter, I'm gonna send it to you." Which she did. The letter just happened to be in the form of a lawsuit that would end his career. Because shortly after Cassie, 10 other victims have filed lawsuits against Diddy, which we will cover in depth in the next episode. Those are the lawsuits that have already been filed. There is an attorney in Texas named Tony Busby who states there's a lot more coming, perhaps 120 more. Out of the 120 accusers he is representing and working with, Tony says 60 of them are men, 60 of them are women, and 25 of them were minors when the alleged abuse took place. Tony states that one of the abused was even as young as 9 years old when he was allegedly abused by Diddy. The individuals that are being repped by Tony Busby, he states, come from 25 different states, majority from California, New York, Georgia, and Florida. He alleges that many of the alleged abuse took place at auditions where, quote, "Many times, especially young people wanting to break into the industry, were coerced into this type of conduct in the promise of being made a star. I want to focus on the ages of these victims. When we talk about the ages of these victims, when the conduct occurred, it is shocking." He states, "This should have never been allowed to go on for so long. This conduct has created a mass of individuals who are injured, scared, and scarred. He states that he has set up a hotline for any victims of Diddy to call. They have received over 12,000 calls in just 24 hours. He states ominously, I have no doubt that there are people right now who know that they were somehow involved in this, who are now scrubbing their social media, who are searching their memories, who are deleting their texts, probably deleting pictures and trying to distance themselves from this. And we know who they are, or we will find out who they are. This is not something that's going to happen overnight, but I think we are at the tip of the iceberg. That I think we can agree with. This is the tip of the iceberg, and this is part 1. Part 2 will be up soon. In that episode, we will be going in depth on the other 11 lawsuits, as well as in depth on the one lawsuit against his son, which is about what happened at a Diddy yacht party, and the very, very strange death of the mother of his children, Kim Porter, and the very controversial book that claims to be her diary entries before her death. And that book seems to implicate Diddy as having a much larger role in her death. So stay tuned for that. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Bada bing, bada boo.
For 3 days in September, there is this event where the wealthiest people, they just fly in from all over the world to throw $2 billion into the water and just hope it floats. Cross your fingers. Welcome to the annual Monaco Yacht Show. But it's not just yachts being sold here. There's helicopters, personal submarines, luxury vehicles, whatever you're looking for, they have it. The average yacht price sold during the show is on average $30 million per boat, which even the $15 to $20 million, that's considered affordable. That's considered a budget boat. To get the super yachts, you're looking at 9 figures plus, and they're all lined up at the dock for you to view. Some of them have helicopters that are parked on the helipad on the yacht. Others have these indoor pools, because you're floating in the water, but you don't want to go into the water. You want to go into the water on your yacht. And they have these Greek statues just squirting water into the pool. They have libraries, onboard gardens for billionaires to relax. Some yachts even have their own wellness centers. There's a hyperbaric chamber. That's like a new trendy version of what's on a yacht these days. It's just when you need a lot more oxygen than what's in the air, you go into this one and get pure oxygen. There's medical suites, there's mini yachts that you can view. The mini yachts, they're not really for you to yacht around, okay? Those mini yachts follow your main yacht, and they're basically U-Hauls. They have storage compartments for jet skis. Or if you've got that uncle that just insists on coming, they go sleep on that little floating guest house. All the water toys are there too. Did you know jet skis, top of the line, you're looking at least $25,000 per jet ski? Or personal submarines. I didn't even know that you could get a personal submarine. The entry-level ones start at just $1 million. Wow. That's not even the luxury ones. You're probably sitting on the floor of the sub. But what's $1 million when you have a $100 million boat? Every single detail on a super yacht is custom made. Drawer pulls for the nightstand, custom made. Coffee machines lined with quilted leather. Vendors are pouring champagne at the Monaco Boat Show, trying to convince you, yes, I mean, what else are you going to do with $75 million instead of getting this vessel? Where do you summer? You need a yacht. But even in a sea full of yachts, there are a few yachts that stand out as world-class boats. The Robb Report 2022 has awarded this one a particular award of Best of the Best in the Motor Yacht over 80 meters category. It's a yacht called the Victorious, a luxury super yacht built in 2021. It's designed by Michael Leach Design. If you guys know anything about boats, he is like one of the most highly regarded firms in the UK. They're a leading player in luxury yacht design. If you care about every little stitch on your custom-made furniture on the yacht, you call Michael Leach Design. They're meticulous. They might not even take your project. They only work on 2 to 3 yachts simultaneously. That's it. The Victorious collaborated with Michael Leach Design and H2 Yacht Designs to make one of the best yachts in the world. It is a $117 million floating vessel that is nearly 300 feet long and sleeps 12 guests across 6 staterooms. But at most, if you're throwing a party, you can have 24 guests and 30 crew on board at once. But if you're like, wait, I don't really have $117 million, you can charter it for $950,000 a week.
$1 million a week?
$1 million a week during the winter seasons. The summer seasons are actually cheaper at $800,000 a week.
Summer is cheaper.
Because winter people want to go to the tropical climates on a yacht. Summer, you can go to Nantucket, the Hamptons.
Wow, that is very fascinating.
The vessel will cruise the Caribbeans and the Bahamas, and during the summers, it just glides through the Mediterranean. It is an entertainer's dream. On board, you've got a large beach club, a wellness center. It has wood-burning fireplaces. One yacht company said, when billionaires get on yachts of this magnitude, their jaws still drop at the luxury. It's much nicer than a 5-6-star hotel. I mean, it's crazy. It's a boat. You walk on board, there's uniformed staff waiting to hand you a warm towel, likely scented with a delicate eucalyptus blend. And when you're back from your jet ski adventure, there's staff members that provide yoga classes on the deck, sunscreen required. And by sunset, you walk over to the dining area where you have fresh food laid out by the team. And then finally, you lay down on the velvety chairs in the cinema while your hair is still crunchy with salt water to decompress. That's what's supposed to happen when you charter the Victorious for $1 million a week. Grace is a 25-year-old woman on board as crew for the yacht Victorious. They had just received news that the yacht was successfully chartered for the winter, and they're going to hit the water. This is not just a regular rich family. That's what Grace is told. They're debriefed, and they are told this is a very rich, very famous family. I mean, the crew, they're used to working with wealthy individuals, and being discreet is very important, but they've never worked with an A-list celebrity before. So before heading into the water, the crew, they're just really excited. They want to make sure that Diddy and his family have a spectacular time. I mean, let's make the holidays amazing for them. That's the goal. It's said that they were potentially even filming a Hulu family reality TV show, like Keeping Up with the Combs. But Grace noticed something very strange about the Combs' time on the yacht. She thought it was going to be like a cute family vacation. So why is it that all the girls are coming on board and there's a constant rotation of strangers and other A-list celebrities that are coming on and off board? And strangely, it appears that anytime a girl steps foot on this yacht, they get intoxicated after one tiny shot of alcohol. It just doesn't seem normal. People on the yacht would take one shot and just be sprawled out on the deck, unconscious. Other women would drink one mixed drink and they'd be falling over themselves. They would go have a panic attack. Some of them would just pass out. Grace didn't know exactly what's going on, but she has a sneaking suspicion that the drinks were laced with something. Drugs. And then it happens. December 28th, 2022, she alleges in her lawsuit that she was essayed by Sean Diddy Combs' son, Christian King Combs. This is what happens at Diddy's yacht parties. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network. They work constantly to bring solutions to the illegal sex and human trafficking network in the States. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, a big disclaimer to keep in mind with this case, it's currently ongoing and developing as we speak. There have been no court verdicts yet. So unfortunately, I must legally state that these are all current allegations and accusations. People are innocent until proven guilty, legally speaking. Some statements have been shortened for time, and all the theories and speculations mentioned are netizen opinions that can be found publicly available online. All reporting for this episode is taken from information that is online, so please do your own research, form your own opinions. I'm not here to convince you of anyone's guilt nor innocence. Some potentially triggering themes include heavy use of illicit substances, including date, R-word drugs, domestic violence, heavy descriptions of SA, gang violence, sex trafficking, and this case is very heavy, so please take a break, unplug if you need. And with that being said, let's get into it. In part one, we did a deep dive on the lawsuit that started all of this with Cassie, the hotel footage, and the Illuminati somehow gets involved. In In this part 2, we're going to go in depth on the lawsuit against Christian Combs, the son, what happens at Diddy yacht parties, and the very strange death of the mother of his children, Kim Porter. In part 3, we will be going over the 13 people who have mysteriously died around Diddy, which is, there's a very alarming pattern of the way that he reacts and responds in interviews to some of these deaths. It feels odd. And finally, in part 4, we will be going through the so-called Diddy's list, the internet allegations, the celebrity friends who are rumored to have been complicit and partaking in these crazy parties, wild accusations that Diddy is a clone in prison, the baby oil is laced, there's tunnels under his house, as well as the 120 people that are working on suing him. And some of them have since filed suit. I will leave a pinned comment for those days that those videos will go up. And with that being said, let's get into it. Out of nowhere, a $22 book hits Amazon's #1 bestseller spot for fictional books. I mean, outselling Sally Rooney, Hillary Clinton, Nicholas Sparks, which is unheard of for a debut book. Not only that, it's a pricey book. It's 59 pages for $22. And it's self-published, ranking at the top of the bestsellers list. It's even more fascinating when you factor in the part where the entire book is littered with typos. So why the hell is everybody suddenly interested in this random book? It's titled Kim's Lost Words, A Journey for Justice from the Other Side. At first glance, the book appears to be a memoir. The way it's titled, that's the impression. Kim Porter is the late ex-girlfriend of famous musician Sean Diddy Combs. She's the mother of 4 of his 7 children, and she passed away in 2018. After Cassie's lawsuit, after the feds raid Diddy's homes, after Diddy's son released a diss track on the world, this book is released September of 2024, just like right before his arrest. The book is described as being filled with, quote, alleged disturbing and graphic sexual encounters between Combs and other celebrities. The main allegations spewed in the books are Diddy had asked Kim, to use an intimate object for his bottom, and she refused, which resulted in him allegedly beating her. That's what's in the book. There are other excerpts from the book that state that Kim witnessed Diddy having intimate relationships with underage male stars in the industry. Another allegation that Diddy allegedly hit Kim with a chair. I mean, the opening line, chapter 1, the introduction, is already so salacious. Of course it's gonna get people talking. The opening page reads about Diddy. He was so charming, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a devil, and I fell for it. This story must be told despite the fact that it'll hurt my children. I cannot hide it any longer. Sean Combs must be stopped.
So there were other celebrities' names being mentioned in there?
So many.
Whoa.
Other salacious, since gone viral excerpts from the book include, one day I found the vault where Sean kept all of his encounters with men. Yes, he kept a record of it, but that's for later. The book shoots its way to the top of the charts on Amazon, which is crazy, again, considering it's filled with these typos and some blatantly factually incorrect information, and it's just littered with names of like the biggest names in Hollywood. The timing of the book makes it go viral, and it further sparks a huge debate of who's to say if this is her book? Who even published this? Because it's not Kim Porter. Kim Porter passed away in 2018. This book is released in 2024. The book says it's written by Jamal T. Millwood for Kim Porter. Jamal T. Millwood is not the actual name of the person who published this book. That is the name associated with this huge conspiracy. Decades ago, one of the biggest rappers, Tupac, was murdered. But there's a conspiracy that he's not actually dead. Some people believe that he's alive somewhere, living under a fake name, and one of those names is Jamal T. Millwood. But that can't be who published it, right? The real author's name is Chris Todd. He describes himself as a producer, author, investigative journalist. He states that he is the voice for the voiceless, which, I don't know, you take it as you will. He said that he basically solved John Benet Ramsey's case, which again, I don't know, okay? But he publishes this book stating that he didn't make this all up, that this book happened to him. He said he never personally even knew Kim Porter. He claims that he received a flash drive that belonged to Kim after her death. He received it from 2 people that he knows are connected to the music industry. This is what he alleges. For reasons unknown to us, he said, I believe that flash drive. He's like, I believe it to be true. He states on the flash drive there are also, quote, tapes of Diddy with celebrities in sexual situations. I don't know if he has those specifically, but he does state he has photos and other evidence on the flash drive that he has not yet released.
So he is just an author?
He is
Journalist, investigator.
I mean,
or-
everybody has a different word for him. Some people think he's an investigative journalist. Some people think that he's a conspiracy theorist. Some people think that he's a cash grabber. It really depends.
And he claims that someone seeked him out.
Yes.
Even though he's not like a big time
No.
famous person. So, okay.
Yeah, which is interesting because why would you not just send it to, I don't know, the Rolling Stone? Now, I guess some people are alleging that they wouldn't send it to big publications because it's alleged that Diddy has a lot of the big reporters connected to him. Now, he only received a portion of this drive with different writings that he said that he had to kind of piece together in a timeline that made sense to create what he believes to be a memoir. That's what he says. He does not give any more information on who those sources are, who gave him these flash drives, how he's so sure it's real, how he fact-checked it. He just says, they said they had her flash drive. I didn't ask too many questions about how they got it or where it came from. If somebody put my feet to the fire and said, life or death, is that book real? I have to say, I don't know, but it's real enough to me. Sometimes you just have to put it out there. Maybe it's not 100% of the book is true, but maybe 80% is. That is to get those people to come forward to either corroborate or deny the claims, and that helps me as an investigator to know the truth. He also says in the interview that he was asked to use the name Jamal T. Millwood. He states the T is for Tupac. Ultimately, he said it was kind of a battle. He slightly wanted to kind of use his name to get his name out there because he thought the book would blow up, but he was specifically asked by some unknown person that he never told us about to use the name Jamal T. Millwood. Ultimately, he states that the publishing of this book is almost like him being a whistleblower. Regardless of how netizens feel about the book, Kim Porter's family, friends, and ex-partner have all denied the book, stating it's all a cash grab. Amazon eventually pulls the book, stating, "We were made aware of disputes regarding the title and have notified the publisher. This book is not currently for sale in our store." But now that the book has gone viral, regardless of validity, it has people intrigued by Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy. She is often said to be the one that was the closest to him, his best friend. Netizens are wondering, was her relationship with Diddy anything like what Cassie has experienced? And how did she pass away? Danielle walks into the Vibes studio. It's like a scene out of a movie. Staffers for this famous magazine are running around screaming at this point. I mean, all you need really are papers to go flying in the air like one of those Wall Street movie scenes, which sounds dramatic, but this whole thing is very dramatic. Back then, at these major publication houses, you would have to store all of your data on servers. These servers are not, there's no cloud. These servers are not little hard drives like they are today, USB, hee. They're massive. They're the sizes of nightstands, sometimes a dining table, and they're very heavy. 2 of Vibe Studios' servers had been stolen. Who the hell would want to steal the magazine's servers? It's heavy, it's bulky. Considering the level of security that they have in the middle of Manhattan, it's likely an inside job. I mean, it has to be. And the only person that they can all think of as they're sitting there figuring out what the hell to do is Sean Diddy Combs.
What is Vibe Studio?
It's a magazine. Now, Vibe had wanted Diddy on the cover of their end of the year magazine. Danielle was supposed to be the main person on the project, and the idea was this: the good, the bad, the Puffy, because he was known as Puffy back then. The idea was to hopefully somehow convince him to get into these angel wings for one photo, and then the other photo would have him looking slightly mischievous. It'd be a split cover. Possible cover line would be, bad boy, what you gonna do? A play on the words because his company name is called Bad Boy Entertainment. They had already done the photo shoot a few months before the issue was supposed to run, and Diddy was not enthusiastic about the angel wings, but they somehow convinced him. It took a lot of energy, but he put them on, and they took the photos, and everything is going as planned. They didn't get the perfect mischievous shot, but there's a good cover in there. But the reporter, Danielle, she gets a call from Diddy asking him to see the Vibe covers before they hit the stands. And according to Danielle, the conversation goes something like this. Diddy asks to see the cover photos. Danielle responds, "I'm sorry, but that's against our policy. We never show anyone our covers. You will be dead in the trunk of a car." Excuse me? Take it back. Danielle claims he starts laughing over the phone maniacally. Take what back? F you. Take it back right now, or I'm going to call my lawyer and you're going to go to jail. I know where you are right now. You're right on Lexington, aren't you? She wasn't in the office at the time. She was in the car. What?
Like, he knows which street that she's driving on right now?
Yes. How would he know where she is? Danielle hangs up. She's scared, but they don't make exceptions. They're not going to show him the covers. But when she turns around and goes back into her office, everybody's telling her Diddy's about to stop by. We just got called that Diddy's coming in, and it's clear he wants to okay this cover before it goes to the press. Just a few years ago, he was found guilty of threatening a New York Post photographer with a gun. Apparently, the photographer came out to take a picture of Diddy in his company car. A confrontation took place. Diddy whipped out a gun and threatened the photographer. He was found guilty, so obviously everybody at Vibe is freaking out. Now, thankfully, Vibe Studios had an external copy of the covers, but Danielle still has this reason to feel scared. The cover goes live, everything goes live as planned, but the servers were still stolen. Nobody knows who. Danielle just has this weird feeling inside of her that Diddy is part of all of this.
So he did a photo shoot for this magazine. He wants to see the photo shoot, and they say, no, we cannot do that. And he blew up. That's it.
Yes, there's another instance that we're going to cover in the next episode where he was involved in a music video. He had this whole creative idea to be crucified in a music video. Last minute, he decides he doesn't want that part in the music video because he's like, maybe it's blasphemous.
Yeah.
The executives included it in, released the music video to the world, and Diddy beat an executive with a champagne bottle and was arrested.
He has no control of his own emotions. Like, he doesn't want to do it anymore. He just throw a tantrum.
Yes.
He will hurt you if you don't listen.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beyond him threatening a photographer with a gun, Danielle has had a personal experience with Diddy involving him and his girlfriend, Kim Porter. According to Danielle, she had met with Kim Porter and two friends at this little restaurant in New York City. I mean, it doesn't appear that they were close friends per se, but they kind of run in the same circles. They're sitting there, drinking their cocktails. They see Diddy walk in, which I'm sure everyone, even if they're not trying to be, they're all a little bit jealous of Kim Porter. She's dating Diddy, one of the most influential people in the industry, even at that point. So the four of the girls, they're sitting at the table. Diddy walks in. Diddy knows all four of them, but he doesn't even acknowledge Kim's friends. He just motions for Kim to pass her bag, allegedly, according to Danielle. He takes her bag, a little baguette purse, turns it upside down, emptying the whole purse. Things start clinking onto the table in the middle of this New York City restaurant. He's making a scene. He starts snatching up every single credit card that fell out while scathingly telling Kim, allegedly, you have no business being here. You need to be at home with those kids. Get home as fast as you can. Danielle said Kim Porter just grabbed all her stuff and her friends see her just get shuffled into a car that's waiting outside for her. Which is ironic, because 8 years later, in 2006, Diddy would be back on the cover of Vibe, and he would tell Danielle, the same journalist, a woman deserves to be nurtured and taken care of. Kim taught me that. She taught me how to love. Have you ever seen Diddy's naked back? The feds probably have, but that's besides the point. His back has this giant tattoo that covers most of the surface area. It's a realistic image of a woman holding a child. So for those who are familiar, the woman is Azili Dentor from Haitian voodoo. She embodies fierce maternal love and protection. She's known for feminine power. She's passionately protecting women, children, and marginalized communities. There's a saying that's often associated with her. It goes, if Azili loves you, heaven help those who seek to hurt and destroy you. She's a protector, but she's maternal in the sense, if you come for those who she's protecting, she will turn the world upside down. She will rip her opponents to shreds. It's said that in cases of domestic violence, she is called upon to, quote, destroy the offender. She's often associated with natural disasters and forces of nature. That's how powerful she's believed to be. It's a very interesting choice for a tattoo for Diddy. But many believe this is actually the start of his downfall. Some believe that him getting that tattoo was the downfall because she will seek vengeance. And she's seeing what he's doing.
When did he get that?
In 2017, he revealed it to the world. It's unclear if he got it in 2017 though.
Wow.
Yes. And him and Cassie broke up 2018.
Yeah.
Diddy first meets Kim Porter at Uptown Records, which was one of the most prominent record labels in the hip-hop and R&B scene. It's now part of Universal Music, but back then, Uptown Records is the place to be, and Diddy gets hired. He's working with the likes of Mary J. Blige, Jodeci, and honestly, from what I can tell by my little online research, it seems like everybody fucking hated Diddy at Uptown Records. Allegedly, the other executives would flick him off as he walked down the hallway to his desk, and they would call him Satan behind his back.
Wait, what was his role there?
He was an executive.
Oh, okay. So was he an artist then, or?
Okay, that's the thing that everybody gets confused with. Diddy was never an artist. Diddy was an executive. He started as an executive, started his own record label, and he only released his debut album after Notorious B.I.G. passed away, was murdered, which we're going to cover in part 3. He's actually a suit, is what a lot of people called him.
So
he's an executive.
So he's always been behind the scenes from the first day.
Yeah. So he starts as an executive, and everybody hates him. Well, there's some people that like him, like Kim Porter. Kim Porter worked as a receptionist at Uptown Records in New York City, where Diddy meets her for the first time and says it's love at first sight. Diddy remembers thinking, I wasn't trying to holler at her or anything, but I was admiring her. Her lips, her eyes, her mouth, her shape, her energy. I was just thinking, I wish I had a girl like that. She kind of made me feel nervous. You know, she wasn't like a New York girl. She was a bohemian mixed with Georgia peach hospitality. I got the idea that she liked doing stuff like walking barefoot in the grass. I didn't think that I could get her to like me. You know, she was smooth, you know, like ice. She's cool, collected. She thinks before she speaks. You meet a lot of young ladies and they just don't do that. Kim was never pressed. She was always in control. He would later say, she was my muse. You know how they say it in the movies? I mean, it's corny, but beautiful. She completes me. Which can be verified with some accounts from people at Uptown Records. They said, Puff is a super achiever. Kim is all about peace, love, and life, you know? Puff finds calm in her presence. Puff was in love with her from the first time he saw her. You could tell from the way that he looked at her. Which is unfortunate because Kim Porter is dating an artist signed with Uptown Records, Albie Shore. In fact, they have a child, a son together named Quincy. I mean, it took a few years of Diddy pursuing Kim Porter for them to finally give it a shot. And they said once they start dating, they're just inseparable. They said we went out together, we ate together, we played together. He would want me at the office. I would want him at my shoots because she's also a model. Our bond was so tight. Diddy said life is not good without Kim Porter around. Now, side note, of course, everybody accuses Kim Porter at the time of being a gold digger, but everyone who knew her says, even if you ask about her favorite memories with Diddy, not a single one is materialistic. She says, I'm not impressed by things, not a bag or shoes or a car. I've got a lot of stuff. You know, impress me with your person. Show me that you can be a really good man. That's how you impress me. By the time they start dating, they've got this beautiful blended family. Kim Porter has Quincy from her previous relationship with Albie Shore. Diddy has a 1-year-old son, Justin Combs, that he had with his previous partner, Misa Hilton, who was also allegedly Kim's friend. And they actually become one of the most iconic celebrity couples during that time. According to one source, some tried calling them Black Barbie and Ken. They have their little fairy tale moment where Kim gets pregnant. She's about to give birth with Christian Combs, her second son, both of their second sons, and it's supposed to be this happily ever after. Until one day, allegedly, Kim is happily pregnant, happily in this beautiful relationship. She reads on the tabloids that the father of her child, the one that she's pregnant with, is dating Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo. And she's like, I didn't know that we're broken up, basically, is what a lot of sources allege, that she didn't know until she read the tabloids. According to an older Essence magazine publication, when Kim was pregnant with the couple's first child, Christian, Diddy, quote, stepped out on the relationship and in an astonishing display of celebrity infidelity, took up with Jennifer Lopez. Suddenly, there was Kim Porter's man, the father of her newborn son, parading his movie star girlfriend in front of the paparazzi's flashing cameras. To all the world, it looked like he was thinking, Kim? What Kim?
Wow.
Kim said the worst part of it all was that everyone, anytime she was around people, they would just keep asking her, oh, Kim, are you all right? She said, quote, I just hated that. They were talking to me like I was just really crushed. I have kids. I'm a grown woman. According to some sources, Kim refused to acknowledge the fact that Diddy was dating J-Lo. She left. She broke up with him. She's no longer dating him, but she didn't confront him. She never mentioned J-Lo. She just broke it off. And sources say that drove him absolutely batshit crazy.
She didn't let it show, right?
No. Her former attorney would later state, she knew he was sleeping with other women, but she was very jealous of J-Lo. How could you not be? But Kim was like a Disney princess, really, one of the most beautiful women I'd ever met. But the relationship wasn't real. That's what Kim and Diddy say. Yeah, that's what they both state after the fact. Kim says that relationship with Jennifer Lopez wasn't real. The world just saw the bright lights and camera, but I knew what was really going on. He was still in love with me. In a previous interview, Kim stated, he still called 50, 60 times a day. It was like my life was not my own. He was very, very intrusive. And they were public. They went to the 2000 Grammy Awards together where J-Lo wore that insane green Versace dress that everybody, yes.
The one that started a Google image search.
Yes, okay. I don't even know the story behind that.
Yeah, apparently they say so many people were looking up that photo that Google created the image search tab.
Oh, wow.
Because of that photo.
Yeah, they were an iconic couple. So from the outside, they seem like they're both in love. But again, according to Kim and Diddy, they were not. Diddy corroborates all of this by stating the whole time he was with J-Lo, he could not stop thinking about Kim Porter. And he also kind of blames the cheating on Kim by stating, you know, I'm used to applause when I walk into the room. And Kim was just too cool. I would tell her, I guess I'll just go be with someone who will take care of me the way I want to be taken care of, who will be a little more aggressive. That did not do the trick. And quote, Kim wasn't really conforming to how I wanted her to conform. So dating J-Lo was his statement to Kim. He later states, Jennifer was my perfect match in terms of energy. I thought, I'll test the waters and hopefully Kim will see I'm serious and come running after me. Except she didn't. According to Diddy, all he could think about during this entire time was Kim. He said, with Jennifer, I was attracted to someone who had the same energy as me, but that isn't necessarily the best. Because I'm so aggressive, the best energy for me is someone who slows me down, makes me feel like I can breathe. It's hard for me to breathe, but when I'm around Kim, I feel like I can do that. Apparently, the Grammys event, where I was telling you that J-Lo wore that insane Versace dress, okay, Kim was watching the Grammys with her friend, and she casually just said, I guarantee Diddy will call me before the credits roll. Sure enough, he calls her at the Grammys that he's with Jennifer Lopez. And I'm sure, but this is probably the worst 14 hours of Jennifer Lopez's life, when she gets arrested with Diddy in connection to a shooting. As they're dating, both of them get arrested in New York City for a shooting that happens at a club. Diddy had been at this club with J-Lo, Shine, which is like a musical artist that he had just signed, I believe, and his bodyguard, Anthony Wolf Jones. The four of them are at a club when an argument breaks out, and somehow that escalates to shots being fired. Ultimately, 3 people get shot. There are witnesses from the club that are certain that they saw Diddy holding a gun in his hand. Diddy's protege, Shine, was also holding a gun. And according to a witness, that's what the witness remembers, but they fell to the ground because they had been shot in the shoulder. Another bystander, she had nothing to do with the initial fight. She doesn't even know these people. Her name is Natanya Rubin. She was shot in the face by Diddy, she claims. It said that in the ER, before she passed out, she said, I was shot by Puffy. Thankfully, she survived. And
who got in fight with who?
There was just like a bar brawl. It was like a fight, and they just started shooting.
Diddy got into an argument with like bar goers?
I believe his musical protege and some people got into slight arguments, and then all these guns got whipped out in Manhattan and shots were fired. Thankfully, Natanya survived, and her story has been consistent for the past 20-something years. She's always said, I watched him. I watched Puffy. I saw him with my own eyes shoot, and it went through my nose. Like the bullet went to her nose.
How is she doing right now?
Not well. She's doing interviews because now in 2024, people finally believe her.
What?
Now, Shine, the 18-year-old musician, gets arrested at the club. Diddy and J-Lo had already left by the time that cops come. They ran straight to the car. Side note, some allege that Diddy zipped out of there, leaving his girlfriend behind. But either way, they both end up in the car being chased by NYPD. I think they run like 11 traffic lights before they're finally pulled over. And inside the car, some sources allege inside J-Lo's purse was the gun because Diddy would make her... Anyway, long story short, there's a lot of allegations that Diddy was the shooter. They all get arrested. J-Lo's charges are dropped. Now it's just Diddy, his bodyguard, and his musical protege, Shine. Now, Diddy is represented by a famous attorney, Johnny L. Cochran Jr. This guy's resume is absolutely unhinged. His attorney has since passed, but he used to rep O.J. Simpson, Michael Jackson against the child molestation accusations. He repped Tupac, and now he's repping Diddy in this trial. Not this one in 2024, but the one in the shooting. Now, their defense was stating that, yes, he was there. Yes, he pulled out the gun. Yes, he fired the gun, okay? But he shot it to the ceiling as a warning sound for everyone to get down, get quiet, calm down. Every shot after that actually injured people, that's gotta be Shine. That's gotta be 18-year-old musical artist right there. Of course, and the only reason that they're all saying, all these witness testimonies are coming out saying that it was Diddy is because Diddy's the one with the money. So they're gonna file civil lawsuits because they want the money. Ultimately, Diddy gets acquitted. So does the bodyguard. But Shine gets 10 years in prison for assault, gun possession, and reckless endangerment. Somebody has to be held responsible, and it can't be Diddy. Which, side note, he was always pictured walking around in silk suits during his trial. Other times he'd be wearing clothes from his own clothing line, Sean John. There would be people outside the courthouse with signs that read, "Hip hop needs you, keep Puffy here." After the verdict is read, Diddy would tell the reporters, "I give all my glory to God. If it wasn't for God, I wouldn't be able to walk out of here. I want to thank my mother for being by my side every day." And a lot of people have stated, that sounds like an award speech. All the people, all my fans, my staff, all the people in New York, everybody that prayed for me all over the world, thank you. I just feel so grateful today. I feel blessed. Shine would eventually be deported back to Belize in 2009. He would say in a podcast, "Diddy's lawyers were here to secure a not guilty verdict by any means. He is a $100 million corporation, and they looked at me like I was the enemy." After the shooting, Diddy and J-Lo stayed together a bit longer, but it's really only a matter of time. It's alleged by insiders that once Diddy left J-Lo in the club like that after the shooting, she was over him. She was like, "I am so done." But while they're dating, another incident takes place in 2000. There's this massive wedding in Italy for L.A. Reid, the former CEO of Epic Records. Now, given L.A. Reid's status in the industry, everybody's going to be there, including Shakir Stewart. He's a music executive. Most notably, he worked at Def Jam Records. He's actually a very big player in the world. He was responsible for signing artists like Beyonce, Ciara, and Rick Ross. He's at this wedding in Italy, and if his mother's allegations are correct, he may have potentially been dating Kim Porter. Since Diddy is in a very public relationship with J-Lo, why wouldn't Kim Porter move on too? I mean, it's said that Diddy, who is also a guest at the wedding, finds Shakir's hotel room, bursts in through the door.
Finds whose?
Shakir Stewart's hotel room, Kim's alleged boyfriend at the time. And in a fit of rage that Kim Porter had moved on, just like he allegedly had with J-Lo, he grabs a chair and slams it over Shakir Stewart's head. Shakir's mom said about the whole incident, Diddy left him bleeding on the hotel floor in Italy. He had to have stitches, and then Diddy threatened him. "I'm gonna kill you." That's when I said, "You need to get out of this business. This man is crazy." Diddy has always denied that this has ever happened, but a few people that have attended the wedding corroborated the story to Rolling Stone. Diddy's former bodyguard, Gene Deal, says, "Kim couldn't have nobody. Kim couldn't have nobody. Diddy, Puff, could do whatever he wanted to do. Brother Love could be whoever he wanted to be. If Kim ever tried to get with somebody, Puff would interfere with them, or her for trying to be with them. He wouldn't let that happen unless he was bringing them into the picture. Kim couldn't go nowhere. Kim couldn't be in a relationship. She couldn't be at the clubs. If he called Kim's house, she had to be there." Again, these are just allegations, but another allegation is that he had Kim Porter's whole house bugged and wired, and that's how he knew that she was seeing Shakir Stewart, and he would hire PIs to follow her around. But again, the whole thing is just beyond bizarre and infuriating because he can do whatever he wants, treat Kim allegedly like shit, but nothing happens to him. Now, side note, I don't know, again, if this is true. This is just another allegation. But one insider states that Kim had told her about how they broke up and, quote, "Diddy put her up in this apartment building on the Upper West Side. It was an old building, and she said her apartment was infested with rats. She said she came home one day, tried to put on her boots, and there was rat feces on them. And she was just like, I gotta get out of this place." Which a former attorney for Kim backs it up by stating he didn't want to pay her rent, get a nice apartment for her, nothing. So truly, he just treats her like shit every time they break up, is the allegation. And probably while they're dating, who knows? Now, the anonymous source continues in the allegations. I mean, I remember just her being the sweetest, kind, warm, and caring person. Diddy was a controlling narcissist, and I could see why he would be attracted to someone like Kim. Over the summer, a family friend's daughter who had just graduated high school was talking about this personal finance class that she had taken. Instantly, my jaw was dropped because I was pleasantly surprised at how much she took away from that class. It was a very practical class. Honestly, what a great way to get started with investing early, which if you're like, I wish I had something like that. Luckily enough, today's episode is sponsored by Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need a lot of money or expertise to invest with Acorns. In fact, you can get started with Panicked. She's now, which is kind of crazy to think she's so old now, and she's leagues ahead of everyone her age. Invest in your financial future by investing with Acorns. Head to acorns.com/rotten or download the Acorns app to start saving and investing for your future today. Paid client testimonial. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/rotten. That's in 2000 at L.A. Reid's wedding in Italy. The summer of 2001, something else will allegedly take place, but we, the public, won't know about it until this year. Then, 25-year-old Talia Graves says that she was panicked. She woke up, found herself tied up.
Who's Talia Gray?
She's just a woman who woke up tied up on a couch in Diddy's studio. And all she remembers is she had just met with Diddy and one of Diddy's bodyguards, Joe Sherman. And the only reason she was even meeting with them is because she was dating one of Diddy's employees, an executive at Bad Boy Entertainment. Diddy called her specifically to come and talk to him about her boyfriend's performance issues. She thought it was weird, I'm sure, but maybe he's trying to sit her down and be like, are you distracting your boyfriend from work? Why is he so distracted? She just wants to help her boyfriend. So she goes to meet with Diddy. They urge her to drink a glass of wine. She drinks it, and that's it. She knocks out, and now she's waking up, and her arms are tied behind her back, allegedly, according to the lawsuit. Now, Diddy and Joe Sherman, the bodyguard, this is what she says. Her lawsuit alleges that they essay her from that point forward. She states that she was crying for help the whole time, and nobody came. According to the devastatingly explicit lawsuit, quote, plaintiff is going to be Talia, and Mr. Combs is Diddy, so I'm just going to replace it to make it easier. Talia screamed out in pain, but Diddy continued to violently anally rape her. He physically overpowered her, smashing her head down on the pool table. During the brutal attack, Talia vomited into her mouth and on the table. At one point, she involuntarily defecated. Diddy was undeterred. He wiped himself off and applied more lubricant, and without any acknowledgement of Talia's distress, proceeded to essay her. The lawsuit states she experienced intense pain and burning sensations before losing consciousness again. The next thing she knew, she woke up on the couch to, allegedly, Joe Sherman slapping her across the face, forcing his private parts into her mouth. She states her face and wrists were bruised, she was in severe pain and distress, and when he was done, she quickly grabbed her clothes in fear that Diddy would come back and just ran out of there. She was terrified at the time to report Diddy because it's Diddy, but also she claimed she was in a very nasty custody battle over her child, and she was scared that this would make her lose her chances. She told her boyfriend, the executive, but allegedly he tells her not to do anything because you're going to ruin my career. So for the next few decades, she states that she bore the consequences, having panic attacks, self-exit thoughts, depression, and she thought she was moving on until November of 2023. She learns for the first time that over 20 years ago, what happened to her had been filmed. And that video of her being essayed was being shown to multiple men at Bad Boy Entertainment and was used to publicly degrade and humiliate her. It felt like all this trauma that they allegedly inflicted on her was solely for Diddy to allegedly feel like he humiliated his own executive, like some sort of power move. Like, see what I can do to your girlfriend?
How did she find out about that part?
The lawsuit claims her ex-boyfriend told her. Just like mentioned it in passing, I guess. The other executives at Bad Boy had seen it, and they all basically allegedly slut-shamed Talia, the victim, and told the alleged boyfriend of hers to break up with her because of the video, because she was a victim. But this doesn't come out until 2024. The alleged essay takes place in 2001, and now, in 2003, where we are in the story, Kim Porter and Diddy officially get back together. 2 years after Talia's assault, they get back together. Alleged assault, legally speaking. They're seen at a lot of high-profile events together. They're spotted strolling on the beach together. I mean, it seems like this time around Diddy is trying really hard. They're constantly seen spending quality time attending these high-profile music awards. That same year, though, another incident occurs that we won't know about until this year. Cipriani's is one of the more famous restaurants in New York City, and Crystal McKinney, a model signed with IMG Models, is invited there to meet with this huge fashion designer, Sean Diddy Combs, of the Sean John clothing line. He had just launched his Sean John clothing line, and they're doing like $450 million in retail sales.
What?
Yeah. This is gonna be the next huge step in Crystal's career. There's no connection like Diddy in the industry. She had to fly all the way from Miami to New York City, but that's fine. But there's more rules. The designer for Sean John tells her that she needs to go to the hair salon, make sure to touch up her roots so that she remains fully platinum blonde. She needs to get her extensions, and the clothing to meet Diddy in must be a black leather coat with a fur hood, a translucent chiffon beige V-neck shirt, a fur-lined handbag, and jewel-encrusted jeans. It felt a little specific in particular, but it's fine. She shows up to Cipriani's. She's seated directly across from Diddy, and almost instantly, he's hitting on her. Quote, coming on in a sexually suggestive manner. He keeps telling her that she's beautiful, her eyes are gorgeous, you're gonna make it one day as a model, you're gonna be big one day, especially because I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna get you the connections. And he's just nonstop whispering these things to her, refilling her wine glass nonstop. He gives her his number and tells her, call me later tonight. That night, he instructs her to meet him at his New York City studio, at which point there's a bunch of people drinking there, just smoking a joint, drinking. She smokes weed, so Crystal accepted, but that was not weed. Supposedly, she believes it's weed laced with a narcotic and maybe some other intoxicating substances, because one hit, that's it. She's like, that is crazy, because she's a weed smoker, so this is not weed. One hit and she's feeling not well, and he tells her, you're being way too uptight, keep drinking, keep drinking. She said she feels like she's floating in the air. Eventually, she's unable to control her body. She tries to go to use the restroom, but allegedly Diddy follows her in and essays her. He forces her head down and commands her to, quote, suck it. She refused, but he allegedly forced her anyway. And she states that he just left once he was done getting what he wanted. She gets up, ends up losing consciousness. The next thing she remembers is just in a cab heading out of the studio. Years later, Crystal would end up hospitalized after a self-exit attempt. And it's hard, she states in the lawsuit, because everywhere she would go, she would be reminded of her alleged assayer. He's everywhere, on TV, music, film, everywhere, being celebrated, everywhere, and she can't escape. She said, I had my whole future mapped out that was stolen from me. Being essayed and having no recourse is so painful. I felt like I was dying. Every day, I did not have the strength to come forward yet. I hope that by speaking out, I can help other victims come forward and seek justice. The public would find out about Crystal's allegations decades later, but she's not the only one suffering. The same year in 2003, while Diddy is flaunting Kim Porter on his arm, getting praised for raising $2 million for the New York City education system, winning BET Awards, MTV Awards, getting nominated for Grammys, Jane Doe is 17 years old in 2003. That means she's in the 11th grade. And she was, according to the allegations brought forth in her lawsuit, just offered a ride on a private jet. Like, I don't know many people that would turn that down, especially when the private jet is being chartered by P. Diddy. In the lawsuit, Jane Doe alleges that she met with Harvey Pierre. This is the eventual president of Diddy's company, Bad Boy Entertainment. He was one of the top executives from the get-go. Jane Doe meets with Harvey in this lounge in Detroit, and she doesn't know who he is, but he keeps telling her, do you know my best friend is Diddy?
So this guy, the president, right? He works for Diddy. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Diddy is more in charge than the president.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
So to the point where he calls Diddy and is like, hey, this girl at the bar doesn't really believe me, I guess. So here you go. She hears Diddy on the phone, and over the phone, Diddy allegedly convinces her to get on a private jet to come see him in New York. He convinces her, and I'm sure she's excited. And as they're getting ready to leave, she alleges Harvey Pierre asked her to come into the bathroom with him, where she alleges that he was smoking crack cocaine from a Pepsi can. And once he was done, he took off his pants and ordered her to, quote, suck it, and forcibly shoved her head down. Side note, the law firm representing her is the same law firm that represented Cassie Ventura. So I'm just saying, it is up to a lot of law firms to do their due diligence to make sure that the clients have strong cases. So do that with what you will, right? Now, following that, she alleges in the lawsuit that they drove to the airport, boards this private jet, flies into New York City where there's 2 black SUVs waiting for them. They go to Daddy's House recording studio, which is owned by Bad Boy, Daddy's House, where she alleges that he was pushing her to drink and smoke. So it's 4 of them in there. Diddy, Mr. Pierre, Harvey Pierre, and a third unknown person. She doesn't even know the name of this person. And they keep telling her how hot and sexy she is. Eventually, Diddy leads her, allegedly, into the bathroom in the studio and allegedly assaults her over the sink. She states she did not consent, and according to the lawsuit, he told her that he could not orgasm and asked her to squeeze his nipples as hard as she could to get him off. Yeah. By this point, she says she's coming in and out of consciousness, and her next memory was waking up to see the third assailant starting to essay her in the restroom. She kept telling him to stop, but he did not. Once he left, Harvey Pierre allegedly came in to essay her, and she recalls having a hard time breathing because of how he was forcing himself onto her. She was in pain. It wasn't till they were, quote, more or less done with her, she fell to the bathroom floor and crawled into a fetal position. She doesn't even remember anything else, but vaguely, she's just on a plane back to Michigan. When this lawsuit was filed in the end of 2023, Harvey Pierre has denied the accusations against him, stating, "This is a tale of fiction. I've never participated in or witnessed nor heard of anything like this ever. These disgusting allegations are false and a desperate attempt for financial gain. I will vigorously protect my reputation and defend my name. Those who know me recognize these claims are not true." Diddy's attorneys filed a motion to dismiss, calling it, quote, "a decades-old tale, a baseless claim in an effort to extract an undeserved financial recovery. Fiction, a desperate attempt." But this is what Jane Doe alleges happened in 2003, the same year Diddy is back together with Kim Porter. And it's very likely that Kim Porter did not know about these incidents, because Gene, the former bodyguard, states Kim would have incidents with Diddy where he would allegedly convince Kim to partake in group activities and do things that she did not want to do, have intimate relations with men that she did not want to. It's the way that he describes it and alleges is similar to Cassie's freak-offs. I don't know. And it appears that Diddy had a high level of control over Kim's life and which she was privy to, so likely she didn't know any of this. One supposed industry professional alleges that they saw Kim and Diddy at the 2003 MTV Awards red carpet, and she claims, and again, this is just an allegation, but I remember specifically how controlling he was over her. He was literally just sitting there staring at her hair. He wasn't happy with it. The way that the curl went one direction, he was like, "I don't care if I miss the whole show. We're not leaving until we get this curl right." About her hair. She claims on the inside she just thought, wow, this guy's so controlling. The same insider shares a story that allegedly takes place in New York City. Again, just an allegation, but one time I went to their Park Avenue apartment to work. Kim Porter had this jewelry person arrive, and she picked out jewels for the evening to wear. They were going to an event, and it took hours to get her ready, and then she kept waiting for Diddy to come home so that they could go to the event together. We were sitting there for hours, but he never came. So she never went out to the event. She just went to sleep instead. Mark Curry, a former artist signed with Bad Boy, said, "Their relationship was a lot. I remember Kim used to go through a lot of stuff. If you live around them, you get to see the toxic relationship. I think every relationship he had that I experienced around him was like that." Gene Deal, again, the former bodyguard, states that throughout the years, Kim always had suspicious injuries, broken noses, bruises, ankle injuries. Interestingly enough, Gene Deal also alleges that Diddy was never aggressive with Jennifer Lopez. He states that J-Lo's mom already hated Diddy, and it said that he wasn't willing to handle the backlash if he were to put his hands on her. Gene insinuates that he likely knew if she told anyone, it would be over for him. So the way that Gene describes it is, it seems like he is very fond of Kim Porter, and I think he means this with as much enlightening, insightful information as he can allegedly give. But he's stating that Diddy knows who to mess with. J-Lo was not dependent on him. She was already a star by this point. Whereas the women that he does physically go after, allegedly, are women that are dependent on him.
Yeah, I mean, that's typical behavior for someone like, just all about the power.
He would even say in an interview that Kim was in with him while they're dating, he says, "Do you really think God meant for a man to just have one wife? Or a woman to just have one husband? Do you really think God meant it that way?" Kim snaps back, "Do you really want me having sex with another man? You want that to happen?" "No, but God made us different." She explains, "That is such a cop-out. I could just be like you, but I just choose not to be." Well, sometimes things happen, and this is the most monogamous I've ever been in my life. That's all I'm trying to say. Kim would later tell the reporter, "He's giving, gentle, and sensitive, especially with me. He's really a good guy with a big heart. I get to see that, and I'm really thankful I get to see that." Until one day, Diddy comes home, and Kim Porter is gone. So they get back together in 2003. Around the end of 2007, she leaves. Unbeknownst to Diddy, while he's out of town at the BET Awards show, Kim calls her closest girlfriends over. They pop open a bottle of wine. Cheers, clink, it's time to pack. Kitchen table, nursery furniture, the cars, everything is leaving with Kim. I hope that he came home to an empty home, but I'm not sure how much she took. After 12 years, Kim Porter finally walks out on Diddy. 12 years on and off. She's done being his romantic partner. I mean, she will always be the mother to his children. They will co-parent, but she is so done. A little over 10 months prior to her moving out, Kim Porter was pregnant with Diddy's twins. They had rekindled their on and off relationship again, like I said, and they had done all these interviews. They were in a very public relationship, and she had done recent interviews after getting pregnant about, I know Diddy like I know my kids, and just talking about how what they had was different. And then one day, Kim's friend calls her, and she sounds uncomfortable, I'm sure, and she tells her, basically, Diddy had cheated on her with another woman, and that woman had recently just gave birth to Diddy's child.
Do we know who?
Sarah Chapman, and she gave birth to Chance Combs. She was born just like 5-6 months before the twins were born. To which Kim had enough. She never confronted him while she was pregnant. She just said, it's not an original script. He's not the first man who has cheated. He's not the first man who's had a baby outside of the relationship. He's not the originator of this. But at this point in my life, I have girls now. It's a different program. The worst part is he didn't tell her until after she gave birth. So she's giving him the time to fess up, own up, because he has a literal newborn baby. So just tell her. Sarah gives birth to Chance Combs July of 2006. The twins are born December of 2006. She says, he told me he may have gotten himself in a situation and he may have fathered another child outside the relationship. Kim said she already knew and responded, really? Well, I already knew, and I'm glad you decided to be a man. I was like, dude, this is so whack. I can't even respect you right now. And for me, once the respect is gone, I'm not even listening to you anymore. Later, the same magazine, Essence, will ask her, you left in quite a dramatic way, taking the furniture, the cars, leaving. They ask, why did it go down like that? Because there was no other way. You think he would have let me walk out the door? He wouldn't have wanted me to go. Were you scared? No, not at all. But I wanted to be dramatic. I wanted him to know I wasn't breaking up with him for 2 weeks or maybe leaving for 2 days. If I pack up everything, twins and all, it means I'm out. Puffy's an action person, not a talk person. So I had to have an action. Telling him, babe, I'm leaving, just wasn't going to do it. In another interview, she states, mainly, I'm a mom first, so that is the most important to me. So everything else kind of comes after that. And it seems like that's exactly what she planned on doing. Focus on her career, her children, after the breakup. In an interview with Essence, Kim was asked, if Diddy called you today and said, I want to get married right now, would you? She says, I would say no. And not because I don't want to get married, but because he's not ready for marriage. When I get married, I want to stay married. I want both parties to be on the same page at the same time and to leave a certain type of behavior behind. That's a commitment I don't think he's ready for. Diddy would also state around this time, Kim is an incredible mother to our children. We've been part of each other's lives for many years, and I've always admired her courage and strength. We're the best of friends. I got 3 girls, 3 boys, and they're really kind, great people. They got a lot of love in their hearts. I'm the luckiest man in the world.
So she walked out just one day after finding out that Diddy was cheating.
Yes.
But Diddy never went after her, like, how, he's very controlling.
Yes.
He's very, yeah.
It seems like he did.
He did, but she's like, no, I'm done. Don't come for me. And okay.
That's the allegation. It seems like he did. Yeah. Now, Kim also lets it be known that they were on amicable terms. She said that they're still friends. He calls every single day. She told her reporter, we're committed to our children, even if we couldn't commit to each other. I mean, it's clear none of them want to say too much publicly about what happened. And like Kim said, she's going to focus on her career. And perhaps one of that is acting. She was in a pilot episode for a show called Single Ladies, where her character is a snarky former, quote, video vixen.
Video what?
Video vixen, I guess, is talent that's hired for music videos, typically. Side note, a few netizens have been reposting this scene as they think it's just an eerie coincidence. Kim's character on the show says, and again, this is a fictional show.
I found God, and he told me to make a change. So I'm a writer now. I'm writing a tell-all book about my years of being a video vixen. I got lots of stories about lots of rappers, and I'm about to get paid.
I am in no way insinuating that taken down book is true or not. So far, there isn't strong evidence of how the author received the hard drives, so I do question its validity. But if the lawsuits filed against Diddy are proven to be true, it does seem that Kim Porter would have a lot to say. Gene, the former bodyguard, would even say the violence towards women was a consistent pattern in his belief and opinion. He alleges that he heard that Diddy had beat Misa Hilton, the first mother of his child, Justin's mother, so hard that she allegedly once was so scared she crawled under a car to get away from him. According to Gene's allegations, he just does not understand how someone beats someone to that point that they desperately crawl under a car. That level of violence is a lot. Which again, doesn't mean that Kim wrote a tell-all. Speaking of Misa Hilton, Justin's mother, April Lampros is another victim who has since filed a lawsuit against Diddy. She had received an invite in the mail, a Father's Day celebration for Diddy after the birth of his first biological child, Justin Combs, that he shares with Misa Hilton. So this is before he's dating Kim Porter.
So this is the 90s?
Yes.
Okay.
Dear friends, join us in celebrating the original Bad Boys' first Father's Day celebration. For this occasion, there is a dress code. No jeans or sneakers will be permitted. It's a Father's Day party. April is a student from FIT, the Fashion Institute of Technology, and this is all awkward because she is allegedly seeing Diddy romantically, and Diddy just had a child with Misa Hilton, and the whole thing is weird.
Okay.
April Lampros states in her lawsuit that he was just love-bombing her constantly, bringing her gifts, bringing her to the studio to impress her. Even a month after the Father's Day event, she was invited to see performances by Usher and Notorious B.I.G. thanks to Diddy. And at first, it all seems sweet. He just seems like he always wants to be around, flying her from New York to Atlanta to Miami, just wherever he was, he wanted her to be around. But then he told her that they have to keep their relationship a secret because she alleges, quote, he did not want anyone to know that he was seeing her because she's a white woman. The lawsuit goes into detail about 4 alleged SA incidents. The first, April alleges she went to meet with Diddy at a bar in Soho. He introduces her to a female friend of his. She remembers having a few sips of her drinks, and they all left for a hotel nearby, and she just had this feeling of uneasiness in the hotel room. She remembers laying in bed when Diddy forced himself on top of her. She leaves, and she told herself she would never talk to Diddy again, but he continues love-bombing her and telling her how
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, 3 childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Advantageous her life will be, her career will take off as long as Diddy is on her side. So, she's studying to get into the fashion world, which he is a big prominent figure of at that time. She thought that perhaps the first incident was maybe she misremembered. Then it happened again, the second incident. She alleges that this happened in a parking garage near his apartment in the city. They were going to dinner. Diddy's a little drunk. And as they're headed towards his car, he just grabs her out of nowhere, forces her to kneel on the concrete in the parking lot, unzips his pants, and forces her to perform orally. She said that she could see the parking attendant witness this horrific assault, but Diddy allegedly did not care. And once he's done, she's crying and he just tells her, get up. She states once again she tried to distance herself, and then it didn't work. Then the third time, she alleges at this point, Diddy and Kim Porter had started dating. She alleges in the lawsuit, again, this is an allegation, that she was called to his apartment where Kim Porter and 2 other people were there. They all go to the club that night, and when they get back, they continue drinking. He insists that Kim Porter and April take ecstasy, is what the lawsuit alleges. She said he essentially forced her to take the pill. He was forcing his hand so far into her throat she almost gagged, and even afterwards, he's checking under their tongues like a psych ward nurse. She alleges in the lawsuit that Diddy forced the 2 of them, April and Kim, to engage in intimate acts while he sat watching and self-pleasuring. Towards the end, he, quote, sat close by masturbating for some time before pushing Kim Porter off Miss Lampros, April, and forcing himself inside and essaying April. April said that she just went completely numb and emotionally checked out. And it wasn't until Diddy kicked her out a few hours later that she felt all this disgust and shame. And she alleges the crazy thing is, even after all of this, he had the audacity to invite April to Kim Porter's birthday party. The fourth time, she alleges, was after he broke up with Kim Porter to date J-Lo, and while he's actively in a public relationship with J-Lo, he forces her to his apartment and tries to essay her once more. She manages to leave. And she thought that was it. But just like Talia, she said in 2023, April's boyfriend states that he was just approached by this random redacted man. So they redacted the name, but it's clear that they know who told him along the lines of, you really should reconsider dating that girl, because I personally saw videos of her having intimate relations with Diddy. April alleges that's how she discovered he had filmed some of the encounters. She didn't know that he had filmed it, and she didn't know that he had shown it to people. Other key allegations in her lawsuit are, Mr. Combs does not like the word no. Now, one significant detail, or I guess insignificant detail, would be a better description. In the lawsuit, April alleges, quote, Miss Lampros recalls Mr. Combs' penis being adolescently in both length and width. Eventually, after Kim Porter, Diddy goes on to have a very public relationship with Cassie Ventura. Gene Deal, the former bodyguard, says, I didn't know Cassie, but I knew someone like Cassie. I knew Kim Porter. Which obviously, there's a lot of discourse here about him having 3 mothers to his children. Diddy does argue, interestingly, on the Wendy Williams show. Keep this in mind, because Wendy Williams comes back again in episode 4 of this Diddy series. He argues that he met the mother of his children, all 3 of them, Kim Porter, Misa Hilton, and Sarah Chapman, in the same year. He says, I met all of them in the same year, so I've known them in the same amount of time. We were all friends. I wasn't running around through my career and every couple of years just being like with a new person. These are people that have been my friends. Then I would get my heart broken, and then my friend would be there, and I would fall in love with my friend, and then I would get my heart broken, which is a crazy statement.
Yeah, how is that better? You know?
I met all of them in the same year, so I've known all of them the same amount of time. We were friends. No.
He also said specifically about having daughters. He has 3 sons and now 4 daughters, the youngest being Love Combs, was born in 2022. This next statement is crazy. It took me to have daughters to really know how to treat a woman, and I'm still learning. But I guess they didn't teach him that much, because in another appearance on The Breakfast Club, he's there sitting next to his son, Christian Combs, who is the one being sued by the yacht stewardess, Grace. This is what he says about dating. And by the way, Christian is like a teenager at this point, so he's like consciously aware. And he looks up to his dad. He's his role model. He says, if I'm in a relationship with you, 25% of your time, you're just going to be like, oh man, I hate being here. This guy cheated on me. He lied on me. But then there's 75% of the time, I'm going to make you the happiest woman in the whole wide world. I'm going to be there to support your dreams. I'm going to be there to hold you, listen to you. I'm going to be there to be your best friend. And I promise you'll smile the most. You know who I am. This is what it is. Which deal do you choose? Which is just the craziest thing ever. But Diddy claims he really loves his children. So for his children, he has started a new company called Combs Cartel, which is very questionable. It's an umbrella company for the joint ventures of his children. His first son, Quincy, who he adopted, that he has with Kim Porter, he is acting. He recently starred in the Netflix special Holiday Calendar. Justin is Diddy's first biological child with Misa Hilton. He used to run a segment on Revolt TV, which is a media company that used to be owned by Diddy, called Respectfully Justin, where he interviews celebrities. But like he does, you know what? I'm not going to go there. He doesn't really interview the celebrities. He has a co-host that does all the talking. He just kind of is there. And so people have called him out for being a Nepo baby, because you're not really doing anything on the show. You just got a show because your dad owns the network.
Right.
I digress. Then there's Christian Combs, the first child with Kim Porter. Christian is taking more after his dad, trying to get into music. Musically, he goes by the name King Combs. He has a song called Can't Stop, Won't Stop featuring Kodak Black. I think that was his biggest song. But I think the most talked about song is a song he recently released 5 months ago. It's called Pick a Side.
Pick a side.
This was released after the feds raided Diddy's homes, but before he's arrested. The more relevant lyrics go like this. I dare one of you N-words scream out no Diddy. Might see me with some pretty hoes with me, but ain't no hoe in me. Police raid the crib like we selling crack. We ain't doing that, but we out here selling tracks, multi-million-dollar plaques. All that woofing on the internet, I guess. Well, now it's time to show N, steady talking to the fam, and we don't even know. But go ahead, play one call away. We ain't sparing no. Knock them walls down like when them Fetty boys ran in both of our cribs. Too bad they ain't know we bought the one next door, cause that's the one they missed.
Wait, what did he just say about next door?
He's saying, first of all of you guys yapping on the internet, we're not sparing anyone. This is like a freaking war. Then he goes on to state, like, the feds raided our crib acting like we're selling crack, but we're not. We're selling tracks. But also jokes on them because they missed one because they had purchased 2 homes in Miami, it seems, on Star Island. And I guess he's insinuating that the feds didn't check the new home or something that they bought next door.
Really? He's flexing about that.
Oh, just you wait till the comments. Now, there seems to be references to 50 Cent and Eminem. We will get to that in part 4, where we go through all of Diddy's friends and then everyone who has hated him since day one. Because there's a lot of celebrities who have been beefing with him since day one. Now, the main comments on this diss track read, "This shit is whack." Others point out that he's grown up in such a privileged household, he can't even make a good diss track. They comment, "Wow, we're really making it out the gated community with this one, fam." Another comments, "Snitched on himself and hit us with this itsy bitsy spider flow." Yeah, he does like a nursery rhyme beginning.
They praying on our downfall another time again. After the rainfall, the sun gon' shine again. That's right. Don't bust no U-turns, cause we ain't forgetting shit.
And then others say, when you make a poem in primary school and then add a backtrack. In the lyrics, like I said, he talks about the feds missing the second home in Miami they allegedly purchased. A lot of netizens found that hilarious, saying, "How do you snitch on yourself in your own diss track?" LOL, he said, "Don't forget the house next door."
The feds just raided 2 of their house.
Yeah.
And he's making a diss track on the public as well as
The feds.
The feds?
Yes.
What is going on right now?
Yes, which a lot of people have said, you know, cops, okay, maybe. The feds, nobody really fucks with the feds. Like, that's just not something you do. Especially when you're, like, being investigated for RICO conspiracy, racketeering.
This is not gonna age well.
The feds, they might overlook a lot of things, but they will not overlook things like racketeering.
Yeah.
People comment, how are you going to make a diss track where you're not really dissing anybody, only name dropping and then self-snitching? This sounds less like a diss track and more like a confession. Others are commenting, yeah, well, we did pick a side and it's not with the oily diddler. A lot of people think it's just so bizarre. It really just shows how untouchable they think they are. Because why would you tease the feds like that?
Yeah.
Gene, the former bodyguard, states about the song, "It's like he put another battery in the feds' back. Don't play with the feds, bro. You might think it's petty, but it's not. You do not agitate a lion with a pork chop." And that's what that kid did. Others have commented, Christian Combs said, "Pick a side." The feds said, "Pick a cell." Yeah. So he's in a lot of hot water. Justin
But
was...
where
yes.
is he right now?
He's actually just seen partying with his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. So he's still out right now.
There's no criminal charges against him. It's just the civil lawsuit against him with Grace. Yeah, then you have Chance Combs, Sarah Chapman's daughter. I watched a lot of interviews with Chance Combs in there, and honestly, she seems really, really smart. Like, she just turned 18. She's very beautiful. It seems to have a good head on her shoulders. Then you have Delilah and Jesse, the twins. They were born 5 months after Chance.
In the beginning, there was blood. You never forget your first crime.
Dexter: Original Sin. New series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
It seems like all the 3 of them are very close in age, but also just in bond. They're currently aspiring to be full-time models. They joined their father on the stage for the 2023 VMAs, where he's saying, "I'll be missing you," which is a song we will cover in part 3 because it is in reference to a murder that he is allegedly, the conspiracy is he was involved in. These girls are stunning. I mean, people have said they look just like their mother, Kim. They also seem really down to earth, and I'm sure it's very difficult for them to navigate all of this right now. I believe the 2 twins are still minors until December, if I'm not mistaken. So navigating all of this while being so young, I'm sure is very hard. And then you have the youngest, like maybe 2 years old right now, I think, Love Sean Combs, a baby girl that Diddy shares with a woman named Dana Tran. Some sources describe her as a model. Other sources state she's a cybersecurity expert. Regardless, she was born in 2022. He actually just posted an Instagram photo for her while he's in prison. Yeah,
He posted the Instagram photo of the 2-year-old baby?
Yes, it's her birthday. It was recently her birthday.
How does he
I'm sure
have
someone,
Instagram?
maybe someone did it for him.
Oh,
yeah. Nobody really knew that Diddy was even expecting another child. In fact, most netizens thought that he was in a interesting relationship with Young Miami of City Girls, but he just like randomly posted on Twitter, "I'm so blessed to welcome my baby girl, love Sean Combs, into the world. God is the greatest." So I will say, out of the 7 kids, aside from Christian and Justin, who have been named in lawsuits.
How old are they now, Sean?
I think Justin is 30, Christian is 25, 26.
Oh,
Quincy's even older.
Okay.
And then Chance just turned 18, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Yeah, so particularly with the girls and the youngest kids, there's rightfully a lot of sympathy out there for them from the public, because likely they don't know what's going on behind closed doors. And if anything, I'm sure even a little bit of that controlling behavior from Diddy was in his parenting. It couldn't have been easy just growing up with the media, the press, and it's definitely not easy for them now with, unfortunately, the whole situation. And I don't know how good of a father Diddy was. They state that he was a very good father, but Diddy once told a reporter, "Somebody gave me multiple choices early on. Have a smooth working relationship, have a personal life, or be in the music industry. I chose be in the music industry." He also told another Vibe reporter once, "Anything I've wanted, I can say I've gotten it." Diddy was born in Harlem. His father was allegedly an associate of a legendary heroin kingpin, Frank Lucas. He was unfortunately murdered in the 70s, which means Diddy and his mom, they're left to fend for themselves. And Diddy says in an interview, he remembers waking up in Harlem one day. There were just so many roaches on my face. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to be somebody. He later states in another interview, there was 15 roaches on his face, to which he says, people was like, "How do you know it's 15? I was like, if you have 15 roaches on your face, you would know it was around 15 roaches on your face. He says, "My first job was a paper boy. I was a bus boy. They wouldn't even let me be a waiter." Do you know what I'm saying? I wanted to be a waiter so bad, but I just always had that hustle. Even being a paper boy, he said he's not going to do it like everybody else. He states that when you're a paper boy, you get your predetermined route. You make about $1 per paper you deliver, but because you only get a certain number of houses in your route, you're capped out. But Diddy thought, what if I'm not capped out? He goes, reaches out to all the paper boys in the neighboring areas. "I have a proposal. You let me deliver your papers for you. You do nothing, and we split the profits." Sure, you could make $1 a paper and you're working all day, or you could make 50 cents a paper and do nothing. He said even though his dad was murdered when he was a toddler, quote, "Even if we don't know our parents, we still have their DNA in us. We have their genes. I have his hustler's mentality, his hustler spirit, his drive, his determination, his swag." He starts off and he later tells Forbes, "I ain't fooling around. I'm building assets." He says, "I had to go in knowing I'm going to be the greatest. I still have to say that to myself, and I have to believe that at the end of the day, I'm going to be the greatest. At first, I was shy. Then one day I realized that shy shit isn't going to get me anywhere in this life right here. In this world, sometimes people say I'm cocky and arrogant, but that's what comes with it." He also talks about obstacles and how he loves challenges. He says, "It's like this mountain is 3 times bigger in front of us. It's got a volcano coming down, rocks, avalanches, and you're like, yo, do you want to climb this mountain? Or do you just want to go find shelter and ride this thing out and just die?" And he loves money. Maybe he gets it from his dad, but he loves money, and he's skilled at making it. He was estimated to be worth close to $1 billion. His estimated earnings in 2023 alone are ballparked to be around $90 million, making him Forbes' number 14 highest paid entertainer, after Jay-Z, Kanye West, the creators of South Park, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Reese Witherspoon.
What? How? Like, where's the money coming from?
He had a tequila line that he got a big payout for as well. Yes.
I see.
Now, just to give you context on how much $90 million is, that's about $250,000 a day. He's also very skilled at enjoying his money. He owns that private jet that cost him $60 million, a real estate portfolio nearing $100 million. He owns...
Right. So he has a $60 million private jet,
Yes.
right? Last time you say the jet disappeared from the navigation system, right?
The tracking, yes.
Like,
Oh, it was recently spotted in New Zealand. People saw a picture of it because it's matte black, and it's, yeah.
oh, so with it, like, what happened? He just removed it from the system?
Yes, and his lawyers are telling the judges that he's willing to sell his private jet to show the judge that he's not at flight risk. So please give him bail. The judge said no. He owns a massive painting that he bought at auction for $21 million. It's an original Carrie James Marshall. It's incredibly beautiful. He owns original Andy Warhols, Keith Haring's. There was one time he was being interviewed talking about how excited he is about being a father, and Kim was pregnant with twins. Conan O'Brien was like, "Are you registered with Kids R Us?" To which Diddy looks slightly offended and tells him he's registered at Mercedes, which is likely a joke, but still very extravagant nonetheless. He had a famous butler once who would walk around just holding a umbrella over his head. His name was Farnsworth Bentley. Yeah, he would just like walk around with this umbrella. And recently, prior to his arrest, Diddy just announced that he purchased two of the largest cannabis companies in the country for nearly $200 million, making him the owner of the largest black-owned cannabis company in the US.
Wow.
I don't know what's going to happen to that now. But he would also say things like, I don't want to make the most money. I want to be known for giving the most money away.
I feel like I've heard that a few times. SBF.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Which he's sharing, is that true? Sharing the sale with?
Yeah, sharing the same unit with Diddy. The crypto fraud of FTX crypto, yeah. He's in the same detention center in Brooklyn. And they actually share the same attorney, which we will cover in part 4. Maybe they're best buds. He said in a previous interview, "I'm the one driving around in the Rolls Royce with this hat turned, going down 5th Avenue with the music booming in the back, walking into Gucci, shutting down the store, buying everything at the motherfucking same time, driving up to Harlem, and giving out $100 bills to homeless people. I'm not gonna lie to you, I had a taste of wealth, and I was gonna do anything I could to protect that. I just remember these days of roaches crawling on me, and it's just like, I need to focus on this money right now, because nobody else has the opportunity that I have." Which again, not a controversial statement, but a source close to Diddy, almost alluding to that, says that to Diddy, it's not even just about money. It's about power, and ultimately it appears that Diddy wants power. They say this about him. There's a certain narcissism and attitude of objectifying not just women, but all people, and wanting to be with other men who enjoy moving people around like chess pieces.
Who said this?
An insider source. But Diddy claims that the only thing that got him to be worth close to $1 billion, the credit goes to being a father. Fatherhood taught him patience and grace.
Wow.
And I'm sure he believes he is a great father, which is why his son, Christian Combs, is getting sued by Grace, the yacht stewardess who claims she was essayed by Christian Combs while working on the Victorious yacht December of 2022. Grace was 25 at the time, he was 24 at the time, and honestly, her lawyer had it out for Christian. They write it in the lawsuit. Defendant Christian Combs is a 25-year-old auto-tuned and heavily edited rapper. Unfortunately, as the saying has it, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Defendant C. Combs, Christian Combs, who has seemingly taken after his father in the family business of reckless partying, drugging others, sexual violence, and other illegal conduct. She alleges, paraphrasing here, but like the lot of the whole family were weird. The lawsuit alleges a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and A-list celebrities were rotating on the yacht. Staff were often treated with disrespect. It created an extremely hazardous environment. Also in the lawsuit, there's this really weird part where Grace alleges in the lawsuit that she was tending to the yacht, and I guess the family, they were all playing a game. I don't know who was present during this game, but it seems that Diddy and his mom, Janice, were present, Janice Combs. And I don't know if Diddy was dared, but somehow the conversation in the game leads to him taking off his pants so that his private parts are exposed, and he's sitting right next to his mom, and he does it. Which is definitely strange. Side note, a lot of people think his relationship with his mom is strange. A new clip has surfaced where Diddy is with his mom, and they're both hooked up on IVs, which Cassie has included in her lawsuit that after freak-offs, they would need to get IVs the next day from all the drug usage. I'm just saying that's a parallel. It's been alleged by Cassie.
C'est notre nouvelle maison, maman. Derrière ses yeux remplis d'étoiles, une courtière a négocié un prix conforme aux attentes des vendeurs et respectueux du budget des acheteurs. Derrière chaque transaction, un courtier immobilier travaille pour vous.
That, you know, and these could be completely different things. You know, not everyone who gets IVs do freak-offs. So in the video, he introduces his mom and kisses her on the lips, which is inherently not sexual, I guess. It depends on each person's boundaries. It's just weird. He also apparently brags about his mom and taking his mom to strip clubs, so there's that. Gene, the former bodyguard, says the two of them have a fascinating relationship. He brings up an allegation that has been circulating recently that Diddy's mother owned a modeling agency when he was younger. So after his father was killed, they needed to make money. So she opens up a modeling agency. But the allegation is that perhaps during the day it's a modeling agency, perhaps at night it's sex work. Some further allegations allege that she was running a full-on brothel out of their home when Diddy was a kid. Gene, the former bodyguard, just brings up what he claims he saw and what he thought was strange about Diddy and his mom's relationship. One, he claims Diddy would describe his mother in odd, potentially sexual ways, bragging about how she can stand up and bend over and put her palms on the ground. But it was, I guess, in a sexual context. It was weird. What? Allegedly. Two, they would kiss on the lips, which is evidenced by the live stream. Three, he alleges his mom would wear the same white nail polish that Cassie alleged Diddy would like to see during freak-offs. Which, side note, if you listen to part 1 of this 4-part series, you know that another alleged girlfriend of Diddy's went on a podcast to allege that she was abused by him. She also had on white nail polish. Some people have pointed to the fact that Young Miami of City Girls, when she was dating Diddy, had white nail polish on. Gene continues to allege, what's crazy to me is that him and his mother had this, I don't want to get too deep, man, this Oedipus complex thing. Side note, the Oedipus complex is a theory that children will feel feelings of desire towards their opposite parents. For boys, there are unconscious sexual attractions towards the mother, which creates a hostility with the father, and vice versa, whom they just view same parents as their rival, is the theory. Gene continues, I'm looking at him and his mother on the couch. Both of them are getting IVs after one of Diddy's parties, allegedly, because I wasn't there. I wouldn't know. My whole thing about this thing is, I'm not saying she was ever at a freak-off or she was ever at that type of party, but you can't tell me Miss Janice Combs, who is always at the regular parties, didn't know nothing about the freak-off parties? That's what Gene says. Gene says he's not saying anything because he doesn't know, he didn't see anything, but he does seem to have a complicated relationship with his mom if Gene's stories are true. But he also says that he's very aggressive towards his mom. Sometimes he allegedly heard Diddy just snap at his mom. Didn't I tell you to stay out my motherfucking business? Going off on her, allegedly. But I digress. Grace alleges in her lawsuit that one night Christian Combs came via tender. So tender is a small boat that takes people from the boat to the land, from the main yacht to the land, and back and forth, like a little water taxi. He comes, middle of the night, she's on the night shift. So there's only like 2 people working the whole boat at night, because most people are asleep.
Yeah.
He seemed already high from narcotics and alcohol. She claimed that he was ordering her to pour him shots while he was playing Me and You by Cassie. Yes, by Cassie Ventura. This is in 2022. This song would have been over a decade old. And this is his dad's ex-girlfriend.
Wow.
And they had broken up by this point, yeah. So anyway, that night, Grace alleges, she noticed Christian being more attentive to her, which she didn't like. It didn't feel appropriate. And he keeps insisting that she take a shot with him, which is not the most uncommon thing. Although she didn't want to, she thought, well, if I just take one shot, he's going to let me go back and let me do my damn job. But no, she takes the shot and he keeps asking her to sit beside him and help keep him company, which of course is not in her job description, nor does she want to. She remains polite and insists on leaving, but he's getting more aggressive, grabbing her arm violently, insisting more shots, more shots. This is nighttime. She barely has any crew members. She can't find help right now, and she's starting to feel the effects of this one shot. She thought it was spiked. The situation escalates. Grace alleges Christian starts touching her on her private areas over her clothes and tries kissing her on the neck and face. And everyone starts blurring around her. She feels drugged. Christian and his attorneys have denied the allegations and have called the lawsuit lewd and meritless, whereas Diddy's attorneys have stated that they haven't seen the claims yet, but quote, but we can expect the same kind of manufactured lies. But a lot of netizens are having a hard time believing that when there is an alleged audio clip transcribed into the lawsuit. So I'm assuming her attorneys have the actual audio that has not been released to the public, but it's been transcribed into the lawsuit. The audio clip was recorded by Rodney Jones, a producer, Lil Rod, that was brought onto the yacht to help create Diddy's newest album that was released in 2023, ironically named The Love Album. Rodney Jones was allegedly ordered to record everything.
Ordered by who?
Diddy. Record everything for the creative process, but also potentially for a Hulu show.
Like a camera and everything, tape rolling type of thing?
Just on his phone.
Okay.
Because I guess they could include it into shows or into music videos.
Okay.
There's an audio recording of the alleged essay. And Christian is telling Grace, yo, it's shot o'clock.
Are you talking about this is happening at night? The first night that he came on?
Yeah.
And Little Raw was recording?
There's an audio recording. I don't know if he was in the room, but he has the recording, and I guess he gave it to Grace later.
Oh, like he had cameras and stuff set up that's recording? Whoa.
Now, Lil Rod will sue Diddy as well, which we'll get into right after this. Yeah, and Christian says, yo, it's shot o'clock. Grace responds, I'm not doing shots, Christian. Everybody, we got to take a shot. I'll just put the ledge. No, take the whole thing. No, you take it as well. Christian tells her, no, take the whole thing. Grace keeps saying, I'll take the whole shot if you take it as well. So it's likely she said this because she thought it was spiked at this point. So it's like, you take the shot from the same bottle then.
Yeah.
And he said, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not taking nothing. Please, take the shot. And she asks, are you drugging me?
That is terrifying.
Yeah. And he responds, take the shot. Hey, yo, play another beat one time. So I guess maybe Lil Rod is someone's in the room and they start playing Me and You in the background by Cassie. Grace tells him, I can't, I'm swapping out, I can't do it. I'm sorry, darling. Nah, we need you. I'm gonna stop, I have to go. Honestly, I'm already losing sleep, I have to go now. You're the best one on the ship though. What do you mean? Who's gonna replace you? Who's gonna replace me? Which sounds like a threat of firing her, if I'm not mistaken. Or it could be who's gonna replace her tonight. I don't know, but that's what the transcript shows. Grace continues, excuse me, you don't touch my legs like that. I'll move my legs where I want to. If you want to do this, then I will. You don't touch my legs like that. Later, Grace states again, well, you can take your hand off my ass for the first thing. This part wasn't recorded, but she recalls later that night, Christian kept asking her to find him a place to sleep, which there were no more spare staterooms and cabins, and he refused to go back to shore because I think him and Justin had their own place on shore. So she leads him to the cinema because sometimes people would crash there. So she leads him there and sets up a spot for him to sleep, which is her job. And he allegedly blocks her from exiting. She states he became aggressive and started cornering her, groping her. She was pushing him back. He took off his clothes and revealed his private parts while allegedly forcing her to try and get her to go down, pushing her head down. She fought him off and finally runs out of the cinema. And immediately the next morning, she complained to the yacht's captain. But the captain did not care. What's wilder is Grace alleges that Diddy's employees, his chief of staff, who is right now being compared to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Who's chief of staff?
Diddy's chief of staff, like his right-hand woman, is being compared to Ghislaine Maxwell, which we did cover the Epstein case, by the way. She found out about it, allegedly told Diddy, and instead of Diddy being a good father like he claims to be, and set the record straight, go to the police, figure it out, discipline Christian, turn him in, whatever it needs. He just pays off the captain to keep him quiet and not corroborate Grace's story, if you will, and eventually she was terminated by that captain. It does appear that Grace likely has a strong case considering there's audio from that night, but that brings us to Rodney Jones, the producer that gave Grace the audio. He has also filed a lawsuit against Diddy. His lawsuit alleges that he was brought on to produce Diddy's 2023 album, The Love Album, Off the Grid, and his life has fallen apart since. For over a year, he worked to help produce 9 songs on Diddy's album. He states that Diddy always wanted him around to record everything in case he has a spark of creative genius, I guess.
Been working on an album, The Love Album, Off the Grid by Diddy, and it's Grammy nominated right now as we speak. I should be celebrating, but the truth is I'm not. Taking this album on has required so much time. Diddy will request certain works to be done and tell us don't go to sleep until it's done, and the truth is we'll be up for days.
He would live with Diddy for months, spending holidays with him, leaving his family to work on this. And he claims because of Diddy's insistence of having everything recorded, he now has hundreds of hours of Diddy's footage and audio recordings. And many of those allegedly depict them engaging in seriously illegal activity, which, I mean, the feds are going to have a field day with those files if he really does have those files.
But that's so fascinating. Why would Diddy want him to do that? Maybe his head's getting...
We've got passion, we've got determination, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest axe.
We bounced a plane, a boat and a car, and like, it was wild. So today, How Ridiculous have 50 million followers.
We're in the billions of views.
Tens of billions.
That's pretty good.
I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Way too big.
I think so. One of the most intelligent people I know is a polyglot, aka she knows multiple languages fluently. She even dreams in each language whenever she travels to that specific country. It's like a super cool secret superpower or a cool party trick, and you would never guess just by looking at her, which is all the more impressive. I grew up learning Korean, but I am nowhere near close to being fully bilingual, nor can I sit down and read a book in full Korean either, unless it's like a children's book. But my family friend who's a polyglot, she reads, writes, and can even tell the difference between accents in each language she speaks. She grew up speaking English and French, and now she's completely fluent in those plus Chinese, Spanish, and she knows a little bit of Arabic for religious reasons. So with Rosetta Stone, you can become bilingual, trilingual, or even 25 lingual because Rosetta Stone offers 25 different language learning programs. Rosetta Stone is the most trusted language learning program available on desktop or an app in case you're actively traveling around that country. The app is the way to go, and it truly immerses you in that language that you want to learn. If you're looking to brush up on a childhood language like me with Korean, or starting from scratch like I am with Chinese, or looking to advance your vocabulary and more, Rosetta Stone is the most affordable, best option for long-term retention and fast language acquisition. One of the only ways my family friend is able to stay fluent in all 4 languages is because she has the ability to travel to each country for work. However, that's definitely not the majority of us, and take it from her, Rosetta Stone is the best alternative option. The programs immerse you in so many ways, and even if you can't travel or converse with native speakers in person, Rosetta Stone has built-in true accent feature that gives you feedback on your pronunciation, like a personal trainer for your specific accent. And remember how I said that with Rosetta Stone you can be bilingual, trilingual, even 25 lingual? Well, now with Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership, you get access to all 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Spanish, French, Italian, German, Korean, Chinese, Dutch, Arabic, Polish, and so on. Don't put off learning that language. There is no better time than right now to get started. Rotten Mango listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten today. It's almost the holiday season, and one of the most fulfilling gifts we've ever given was with the help of Shopify. A couple years back, my husband, my sister-in-law, and I were able to surprise my grandfather, well, my husband's grandfather, with a storefront for his paintings. He had been this classical Chinese painter for basically his entire life. He shelved his professional dreams for his family, and with the help of my husband, his other granddaughter, and a lot of help from Shopify's global commerce program, we were able to turn his hobby into a full-blown business and surprise him with all the profits, which honestly, he was just so astonished to even make $1 from his artwork. To him, he felt like a true artist. It was a fulfillment of a lifelong dream, and it would have been really difficult without Shopify. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real life store stage, all the way to did we just hit 1 million orders stage, Shopify is there to help you grow at every stage of your business. That's exactly why we love Shopify, because even though we were selling limited editions of Grandpa Mango's work, Shopify was with us through all of it. For Grandpa Mango, we were able to sell more artwork like posters, prints, originals with less effort, just like millions of brands, because Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the US, and they are the global force behind Allbirds, Rothy's, Brooklinen, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across 175 countries. Because Shopify helps you sell everywhere, turning browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to other leading e-commerce platforms. From their all-in-one e-commerce platform to their in-person POS system, wherever and whatever you're selling, Shopify and their new AI-powered All-Star Shopify Magic have got you covered. Their award-winning help is here to support your success every step of the way because businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/rotten, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/rotten now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/rotten. The alleged criminal activity, according to the lawsuit, include drug usage and distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, ketamine, GHB, marijuana, and mushrooms, displaying and distribution of unregistered illegal firearms, Diddy providing laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers, Christian Combs drugging and assaulting a woman, Mr. Combs, Diddy, detailing how he planned to leverage his relationship with famous pastor T.D. Jakes to do damage control.
Oh yeah, T.D. Jakes. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, he told Little Rod allegedly that he uses him to like do damage control.
Whoa.
Which I personally, in my opinion, I would find that a little believable with his constant bringing up of God while he's doing allegedly very demonic stuff.
Yeah.
He also alleges in his lawsuit that Young Miami of City Girls, her cousin, essayed him. That actor Cuba Gooding Jr. essayed him and assaulted him. That redacted rapper, the name is redacted on the lawsuit, redacted rapper on the yacht was consorting with underage girls. Redacted R&B singer in Diddy's LA home was consorting with underage girls and sex workers. So these are the serious criminal allegations that he's bringing forth in his lawsuit. He claims he witnessed the Combs family allegedly, potentially, maybe, shoot someone, which we will cover that more in part 3. But Rodney Jones alleges in his lawsuit, throughout his time living with Mr. Combs, Mr. Jones was the victim of constant, unsolicited, and unauthorized groping and touching of his anus by Mr. Combs. A brief list of allegations further include, now again, these are allegations, Diddy would shower and walk around naked while forcing Rodney Jones to work in the bathroom, which is already odd. Rodney said that he told the chief of staff, Christina Coram, who is now being compared to Ghislaine, that he was very uncomfortable, but she just downplayed it all as friendly horse playing. That's just Diddy's way of showing he likes you.
What's horse playing?
Like, you know, boys will be boys. Horse playing is like play fighting.
Wow.
I mean, I wouldn't even give that excuse if I had a son who's 7, let alone a middle-aged man. Rodney said his idol in life has always been Stevie J, the musical artist, which, by the way, again, these are allegations brought forth by his lawsuit that is publicly available online. I don't know these people. Which Diddy then allegedly shows him a clip of Stevie J having intimate relations with a man without a condom. There are screenshots included in the lawsuit.
Of the video?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't know. Look, it's in the lawsuit. Rodney says Diddy was trying to use this as a way to get him to do what he wanted to do, which was sexual activities with other men. According to him, Diddy said, "This is normal practice in the industry. Look, even Stevie J is doing it." He states that Diddy promised him to win a Grammy for Producer of the Year if he engaged in gay intimate relations. Another allegation is that during Thanksgiving 2022, Young Miami of City Girls, her cousin was present at Diddy's gathering, and he alleges while he was using the restroom, her cousin just burst in through the room to the bathroom and starts groping him. He believes Diddy sent her to do this. She begins performing oral on him, where he alleges he pushes her off and exits the bathroom, but she's not done. He goes out to the main area where everybody else is. There's staff, there's Diddy, there's allegedly Young Miami there, and she just starts undressing, attempting to straddle him in front of everybody. He states once again he pushed her off. He further alleges that he was forced to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts to pleasure Diddy. It's unclear if it's the same setup of a freak off, but it sounds kind of like it. He once states that he woke up dizzy and confused. He was naked, looked around, and he was in bed with 2 sex workers and Mr. Combs. It's unclear what happened that night. Rodney Jones alleges that once Diddy allegedly threatened cannibalism on him, ? The lawsuit reads, Mr. Combs would switch up his approach. He would go from promising Mr. Jones the world to threatening Mr. Jones with physical harm. Mr. Combs threatened to eat Mr. Jones' face and informed Mr. Jones that he is willing to kill his own mother, Janice Combs, if he must in order to get what he wants, so he wouldn't think twice to harm Mr. Jones. The lawsuit states that at parties, Justin, the eldest biological son that he has with Misa Hilton, and Sean would have minors under the age of 16 present. He alleges Diddy would force them to all drink the De Leon tequila, which he believed to be laced with ecstasy. The presence of underage women allegedly made him very uncomfortable.
So he has all the recordings.
Yes, I don't know if all of these instances were recorded. However, I will say, believe all victims, but in the court of law, there are some cases that are inevitably going to be stronger because there's a lot of evidence that comes with it. His lawsuit has lots of pictures. So I'm leaning towards the belief that he does have a lot of footage. And I'm leaning towards the belief that he is working with the feds. Now, some people actually speculate that Cassie's lawsuit was not the one that kickstarted the Fed investigation.
It was his.
That maybe he had started working with the feds, filed his own lawsuit, and the feds publicly started getting involved.
When was his lawsuit filed?
A few months after Cassie's. He brings up more of like the RICO conspiracies, the racketeering, which the feds take very seriously. Whereas for Cassie's, I think it's more focused on the sex trafficking. Yeah, which obviously sex trafficking is more serious, but America. The presence of the underage woman made Mr. Jones very uncomfortable. He attempted to leave, but Diddy went as far as stealing his car keys to prevent him from leaving. He was forced to take shots, and he woke up naked with a sex worker next to him. Now, side note, he alleges that Justin Combs would partake in those freak-offs. He has also included pictures of Diddy kissing who he claims are underage women at his party. I say alleged, the picture is there, but it's unclear if they're underage. The lawsuit continues. It is no secret that Mr. Combs had specific bottles of alcohol designated for females and other bottles designated for his staff, his artists, and himself. This fact was detailed by former artists and bodyguards of Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs would even have sets of Moet champagne bottles for his artists and a set for women. He also alleges that Diddy's chief of staff instructed employees to lace liquor bottles with ecstasy and other illicit drugs, and all the staff would have to walk around with pink cocaine, which is a mixture of ecstasy and cocaine, in their pockets because Diddy would freak out if he didn't have pink cocaine within arm's reach at all times. That's what he alleges. He also likens the chief of staff, Christina, as Ghislaine Maxwell in his lawsuit. He claims Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person that has attended his freak-off parties and his house parties. Due to his treasure trove of evidence he has in his possession, Mr. Combs believes that he is above the law and untouchable. Like I said, in the lawsuit, there were those photos of Stevie J, but do that with what you will. I don't know. It's very unclear what he's doing in the screenshots. He's shirtless. It's unclear if you can even say definitively if it's him, but that would be a crazy accusation to make if you didn't believe that to be 100% true. Like speaking from Rodney Jones's fact. Because even including that, he must believe it's 100% true, or it is true. Because think about the repercussions. Rodney Jones also alleges that Mr. Jones was forced to watch as Mr. Combs displayed his guns and bragged about getting away with shooting people. He also shared that he was the one responsible for the shooting in the nightclub in New York City with rapper Shine, the one with J-Lo. Mr. Combs has made it clear that his head of security had the power to make people and problems disappear. Lil Rod would say about Diddy, he's a monster. He will do whatever is necessary to get exactly what he wants. He doesn't take no for an answer.
And on top of that, these guys are trying to steal my publishing. I can't go for that, so I'm fighting back. He's a fighter, but I'm gonna put in this fight. I gotta do it for myself, my rights, and most importantly, my kids.
Here I am standing up for justice, for what I believe is right for my life, and I'm being punished for that. I've had many nights and weeks and months of self-exit thoughts. It's the music that has kept me living all my life. He said he's paranoid about what could possibly happen to him. He's hired security to protect him. He said during a recent performance, my anxiety was out through the roof. I saw different guys backstage I didn't know and I got scared. I wondered where the security was. It made me very uncomfortable. It's not a good feeling wondering if someone is there to attack me. If all alleged in the lawsuit is true, it is clear that anyone who crosses Diddy should be very scared. November 15th, 2018. 47-year-old Kim Porter is found dead in her home. Her goddaughter found her in the bed at around 8:30 a.m. She assumed she was sleeping in that morning, but then checked again at around 11, 3 hours later, and she hadn't moved. She freaked out, called 911. Authorities rushed to the scene. They see Kim laying motionless in bed. Next to Kim's bed on her nightstand, bottles of water, sports drinks, Pedialyte, as well as what appeared to be a bowl of tomato soup. She was declared dead 11:40 a.m. The call came in as a report that someone was in cardiac arrest. Kim had apparently not been feeling well for the past few days. Honestly, weeks. It said that she had pneumonia or symptoms of a flu. She didn't know at the time. She was just not feeling well. She tried to get it treated with saline, vitamins. She went to bed early the night before she was found. Alarmingly, she told someone that she had a mild streak of blood in her phlegm when coughing, but it does not appear that it came back. She was on antibiotics, IV fluids, and then unfortunately she passed away. Diddy says the day Kim passed, he, quote, jumped into mommy mode. I sent people in every direction to try and make sure the kids would not hear about it on social media or the news. I had to get the girls from the school. I had to find Quincy, who was on set in Atlanta, Christian, who was on a plane. I had to get his phone disconnected so he couldn't read it on the air. There was screaming and crying when I heard the news, of course, but I had to ask myself, what would Kim do? I was scared. I was crying out to God and to her, and immediately, almost immediately, Kim's voice kicked in, and I could hear her saying, make sure you take care of my babies. He would later say that day turned my world upside down. 3 days before she passed, she wasn't feeling well. She had the flu. And she sent the kids over to my house so they wouldn't get sick. And one night I was checking on her and she was like, Puffy, take care of my babies. She actually said that to me before she died. He held a memorial at his home where Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, French Montana, and other high-profile celebrities were in attendance. He says this about his relationship with Kim Porter. Whenever I was around her, I felt like God had his hand in it. I always felt like God had sent her. Nobody could love me the way she loved me, especially as crazy as I acted. She loved me through some real shit. He would later state in a public statement about her, God broke the mold when he made Kim. There was truly no other woman like her. God sent her to teach me something. Which, side note, is already kind of an odd statement that doesn't sit well with a lot of people. No woman exists to teach a man something, but I digress. He continues. There's levels and dimensions to love, and especially love between a man and a woman. There's this place that almost goes beyond friendship. It's like where two people actually feel like a level of responsibility to love this person forever and total trust. And I was like, man, you had it. I'm not saying I would do anything differently, God willing. I just wish I had more time, I look at my life as I got a second chance. I'm on my second mountain. At her funeral, he would say, some people in your life, it's going to be irreplaceable. Kim, we're going to miss you so much, but I'm not going to miss you too much because I'm not going to let your voice inside me stop talking. I know you like to talk to me a lot once you get on those rants, and I just want you to know that I'm going to be listening.
What is Kim's official cause of death?
Her cause of death is considered natural. Yeah, we'll get to it. So he does all these tributes to Kim, and this is going to be kind of strange when you listen to the next part of this series because he does a lot of tributes to a lot of people who pass, which I guess is normal if you're an artist, but still. He would even dedicate a track named after her on his new album that was released in 2023, the Love album, where he says this. It's like I'm going through a midlife crisis, being a single father raising 3 teenage girls, but it's love and nothing else. I truly feel like this is God's way of making me into the best human I can become, and it's life-changing. I always said that I couldn't make a hit record unless my heart is broken. It's just like a vulnerable state that you're in. When I lost Kim, it broke my heart forever. A close friend of his said about Diddy's tribute to Kim, after Kim, he was trying to find purpose, and nothing feeds his soul like music. He also says about therapy probably likely really saved my brain because when you have a genius brain, it's also a crazy brain. Of course, there are questions of how someone just passes away like that, seemingly out of nowhere. She was healthy, suddenly caught pneumonia, which if you have pre-existing conditions, if you are of older age, if you have low immunity, if you have other health complications, pneumonia could be fatal, but it's not considered this deadly thing. So it's just not as many people pass away from pneumonia is...
Like it's treatable, right?
Yes, is the netizen sentiment. And again, I'm not saying nobody has fatal or life-altering consequences from pneumonia, but it's just not typically known to be this very terrifying, fatal condition. It was later determined that Kim Porter had died from lobar pneumonia. The manner of death listed on her autopsy is natural. Detectives told the media that police do not suspect foul play. In addition, Diddy has been extremely cooperative. Some netizens were agreeing with this sentiment, pointing out how prior to her death, she seemed like she was in a good place with Diddy. In honor of his 49th birthday, which was a week before her death, she posted on Instagram, "Happy birthday, Diddy. On this day, a genius was born. May you continue to be the driving force of energy that God created you to be. Thank you for giving me the best gifts of life, our children." But a lot of others don't think that she died of a natural death. But who are we? We're just people on the internet. Some have stated, you know what else gives you pneumonia? This is a recent conspiracy lately. Accidentally inhaling baby oil. There are lots of conspiracies that there is no way that Kim died of pneumonia. Gene Deal, the former bodyguard, said, that case needs to be reopened, man. That case really needs to be reopened. He alleges that Kim was found dead with bruises throughout her body, and interestingly, he claims nobody knows to this day where Kim Porter's phone is, which is odd. He also alleges that it's strange. This was in 2018, so they have the cloud. They have all these things. Why didn't anyone go in and try to investigate her last text or where her phone location is? Why can't they find my iPhone? He also states that her tablet and computer have gone missing since they found her dead, which I'm not privy to any specific information like this. I'm just giving you his allegations. He says, find my phone. Nobody tried to find her phone. He's asked, you personally, what do you think happened to Kim Porter? Gene Deal responds, I'm not a medical professional, nor was I an investigator on that case, but I don't believe that an individual with her, I want to say financial status, would lay up in that house and die of pneumonia without a doctor or some kind of medical person responsible. Someone with enough money that they could get half the hospital to come to the house? I think there may have been some, I guess, foul play. Because if you knew what I knew, he put Kim in a gold casket. Then he has security, 24-hour security at the funeral home so nobody would go in there and take Kim out of there. I think they should reopen her case and have an independent pathologist look at everything about her so she can rest in peace. He also brings up how many sources state that she received a massage because she wasn't feeling well the night before her passing. He points out, that's so weird. Who gets a massage when they have pneumonia? You don't want people touching you. If you have the flu, you're like, don't touch me. I want to lay here.
Yes.
Nobody move my body. He also brings up, again, these are his viewpoints, but someone needs to look into if they used baby oil during the massage, is what he states, because there are now allegations circulating that the baby oil was laced with something. So you feel like she was murdered? I feel like there was a lot of foul play in her death. A lot of foul play. He's asked, but why would someone want Kim Porter dead? He responds very ominously. There's a couple of women in this industry, and for their sake, I will not mention their names. Listen to me. There are a couple of women, probably more than a handful or two, but I know about 4 of them that knows everybody's dirty secrets. And if those secrets get exposed and tell what some of those guys and some of these people were really doing behind closed doors in those boardrooms, in and out of the closet, their life would be in danger because men wasn't men and women were acting like men. And that's all I'm going to say. But he does not believe the Amazon book is Kim's diary entries or in any way related to Kim. He says, if you've seen excerpts from that book, then you know Kim didn't write this book. If you know Kim and you've been around Kim...
Wait, so this guy, what's his name?
Gene Deal.
Gene Deal was a bodyguard during the time of Kim Porter.
Yes, so he was actually a bodyguard for a lot of famous musicians and executives. He was well known in the industry. He doubled as a cop. He worked as a child abuse investigator as well as a probation officer for most of his life. So people really liked him because he's very clean cut is the vibe. So he gets hired by Diddy when Diddy is dating Kim Porter. And he says that Diddy never really ever hit Kim Porter in front of him, but he would hear from the other bodyguards. So for him, his perception, his allegation is that Diddy only does things with people he thinks he can get away with. And for him, because he has a job as a cop, he's saying, if I see Diddy hit anyone, I'm arresting Diddy because I'm not trying to lose my pension. I'm not trying to lose my job as a cop. So he knows that I'm not going to put up with it. He said that Diddy once cussed out his mom in the car, and he went off on Diddy and was like, you don't talk to your mother like that.
Wow.
But then he later heard, allegedly from other bodyguards, that Diddy was like slapping his mom in the face. But it never happened when he was there.
Wow.
He's been pretty vocal, and his story has never really changed, it appears. So a lot of netizens find him credible. But again, that's an opinion. These are allegations. He says, and if you've been around Kim, if she was going to do a book, she wouldn't have included all those things, talking sexually like that. She's got 2 boys, 2 girls, and she was a mother first. She wasn't going to say the stuff that she was saying and about Puff in a manner that was written in that book. It seems to me that whoever wrote the book was really out to get Diddy and did it in whatever means possible, but disrespecting Kim and who she was as a mother, I don't think that's right. I think she deserves better. Side note, it does not appear that Diddy has filed a lawsuit against Gene Deal, which a lot of people think add to his credibility, which is again just an opinion. One netizen comment reads, "The fact that Diddy hasn't yet filed a lawsuit against Gene Deal with all the things he said about Diddy is the most telling realization of all." Some people now believe that Kim Porter's death needs to be reinvestigated, but they also believe that she's the one that wrote that memoir on Amazon. Again, I can't dictate what others believe. I'm just telling you what's out there. Some believe that that memoir is real. They point to an interview that was done in 2012, so 6 years before her death, where in the interview, Kim talks about wanting to write a book. I will say it doesn't appear that she's referencing a memoir or any sort of tell-all book at all. She says,
"But I've been in the business and been around the business. It's become a phenomenon. It's a culture. It's just for me, I wanted to present something beautiful and package it and almost like an ode to them, to what they've done."
Some netizens think that she's just using that as a cover to write a memoir. Some netizen comments read, "If this book is false, how come the author hasn't been sued?" I mean, I really hope it's fake though, because there's a lot of crazy shit in there. Another comment reads, "The more that I listen to folk coming up against the book, the more I believe in its authenticity." Others reference Chris Todd's interviews and they say, "This man got too much confidence not to have proof that Kim wrote this book. He got some type of proof somewhere because he just has too much confidence." Another says, "What if a close friend of Kim's had the actual book and flash drives but is just too scared to come out because they're too interconnected and is using this man as a front? Guys, think about it." Another comment reads, "This is a lot of shit to make up. I can see some things being true, but who knows?" Then there's another group of people that, yes, they want her death to be investigated, but they don't believe that she wrote that book on Amazon. They comment, "That book at first glance, this reeks of a shamelessly fabricated cash grab attempt." I don't know, it just seems a little too convenient, and the stories that I've seen excerpts of appear to be someone just wildly producing sensationalized garbage and toxic gossipy bullshit. I hope for the sake of any potential victims that these things did not occur. Another one comments, "This book seems like it was written by ChatGPT or something." Others have been very happy that it's been since pulled from Amazon, stating, "I'm glad they took it off Amazon. The nerve of that fraud. R.I.P. Kim." But fueling conspiracies around Kim's death, I'll be sure Kim's previous partner, the father of her first child, has made a statement. In it, he basically insinuates two things. One, that Diddy might have something to do with Kim's death. And two, that Diddy might have put him in a coma. Okay.
Wait.
Yeah. There's a lot going on.
He is
Quincy's dad, artist. He's a well-known artist back in the day, I'll be
Okay.
sure. Yeah, there's a lot going on. But in an Instagram post, he states, in 2024, "Kim and I talked right up to a few days prior to her demise. She was in good health, and we were in such a great friend space, reminiscing about old times and celebrating the news of our son's accomplishments. In a nutshell, Kimberly was allegedly taken from us because she was set on a course to accomplish what Miss Cassie Ventura did by igniting the bonfire which brings us here today, with the avalanche that has brought Satan to their chambers." He also hashtags FBI, DOJ, Department of Justice, as well as the CIA, DEA, NYPD, LAPD. He has called for a, quote, "investigation into an entire group of individuals who worked at or around the residence of Miss Kimberly Porter, because, quote, "the individuals involved in this matter may also be connected to also concealing the alleged murders of several prominent artists." He's alluding to Tupac and Biggie, which we will talk about in the next one. Side note, I'll be sure, interestingly enough, believes that Kim was working on a book to expose Diddy. That's why she was allegedly taken too soon. Before she could expose him in a book, and then later someone stole her computer, is what he alleges. But he doesn't think that that Amazon book is the book. Because everyone's saying the way that the book is written is just not the way that Kim Porter speaks. Yeah, and then there's factual inaccuracies. Even the bodyguard doesn't think it's the book. There's just so many people that have come out against the book that are against Diddy. And Al B. Sure goes on to allege that he had a health scare in 2022. This is actually true. He did fall into a coma, and the vice president, Kamala Harris, even wrote him a letter. Yeah. They're all very well connected. Yeah, he's a very prominent artist, and I believe he does he's an activist on the side as well.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's been invited to a lot of state dinners, and so is his son, Quincy. Yeah. Now, he collapsed in July of 2022, fell into a coma, wakes up, it's October 2022. He was in a coma for around 3 months. To this day, it seems unclear what exactly caused the coma, but he kind of implies that perhaps Diddy was involved. He announced his documentary and states, "You will really understand how I ended up in a coma. You're really gonna need to call Homeland Security." Later, he's asked to clarify that ominous statement, and he just someone asked straight up, did Diddy try to kill you? He just responds, please understand very carefully. Me talking about situations for more than a decade and a half, and then all of a sudden, everybody woke up like, whoa, yo, we thought you were crazy. But what I'm not is a liar. That I am not. All I did was give the science and I was ignored, laughed at, ridiculed. But whatever, that's okay. My God is so much bigger. My God got me.
So he's saying that he's been talking about Diddy for like a decade?
Yes, but I don't think so publicly. Because he's actually seemingly a very non-controversial person. Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this Minecraft stream. We might have a few more during the month or more often from now on, because I want to build a lot of stuff. And I will see you all next time, and that would be either on Thursday or Friday night. Thank you all so much for watching, and bye bye.